to another edition of Ask Michael Ehline. This is where I teach people the law in an unorthodox manner by using examples that we see in the news, case law briefs, but it's all about exposing the Leviathan and its instrumentalities and taking back your rights. Know the law and mean to keep it well. Come here to learn from an expert to know your right. Make sure to like and subscribe. Make sure to save, because we never know when the thought police are going to take down this channel.
That's right. We never know when the thought police are going to take down this channel. How's it going, everybody? I am attorney Michael Ehline. I do personal injury law. I got my start in California, but now I'm licensed in Texas. And I have this YouTube channel because I got my start doing civil rights and criminal defense and appellate work. And so a lot of people, hey, Stomper, good seeing you. A lot of people still ask me for help and advice. And so about civil rights and natural law. So I'm a natural law advocate. And so I have a pretty big following now. In the last 6 months, we've gotten the channel up to close to 22,000 subscribers and a pretty loyal following of people who believe in natural law, which in essence means that our rights come from a creator and not from the state, which is the exact opposite of what the college campuses teach you and the public school system teaches you. And so I'm an advocate of homeschooling and homesteading and getting your kids off of the government Kool-Aid and teaching people how to be self-reliant, teaching fathers how to provide for their families, staying motivated, even when you have serious injuries. And so today, for example, I've got a serious injury from when I was in the Marine Corps that's reared its ugly head. And so you haven't seen me do my lawyer workouts, but I used to take you guys on my lawyer workout routine in the morning when I didn't have time to go to the gym. Hopefully I'll get that squared away within the next couple of days. And a little bit of an update. By the way, everything that we talk about here is, has nothing to do with my law firm and the lawyers that work for the firm. This is just my personal stuff that I talk about and share with people. So it doesn't necessarily reflect the views of the firm that I work for or other lawyers that I do freelance work for. It's just me having a good time. And so today is a working Friday, so I'm going to be over here working on cases and then playing some Victor David Hanson videos and cutting in every once in a while. Hey, good seeing you, juror number 13. Right on, live from Florida. Hurrah. Hey, and Stomper, good seeing you, brother. Yeah. So this will be a pretty cool show because we're going to cover some really interesting stuff that sort of talks about Donald Trump's rise to power, populism, and how the Marxist leftist news media and the Marxist bankers are so furious because they really wanted to force this one world government on us where they told boys that they're girls and girls that they're boys and men could compete in women's sports, kind of like Bizarro world, right? Which totally goes against everything that our founding fathers stood for. And any real man that I know of would absolutely never allow any of this stuff to be around his kids. Give me a bunch of ones if you agree. So again, I'm a libertarian, so although I don't agree with Trump on many issues, I do believe that we can come to a form of détente on the issues that we do agree upon. And there are many issues that I do agree with him on and many that I disagree with him on. But we're going to, and hopefully you guys, hey, what's going on, BZ Watchdog? Stomper. So hopefully you guys will get a little bit of a flavor about what's going on because Victor David Hanson is somebody that I have a lot of respect for. So we're going to do one of his interviews. It's about an hour long. I'll cut in every once in a while. But before I do that, I'm glad that BZ is here. Before I do that, let's have a little bit of fun with Sleepy Joe because BZ Watchdog sent me this. BZ Watchdog sent me this morning on my text message, and it is the best. And by the way, if you need self-defense products or anything like that, BZ Watchdog has on his website, on his YouTube channel, you can purchase self-defense spray foams. So unlike the aerosols that blow back in your face, the foam doesn't. Just like, it gets all over your opponent. Me personally, I prefer a Glock 19 for concealed carry for those purposes. That definitely won't blow back in your face. But anyways, let's get into the first video and then we'll have a little bit of fun. All right, here we go. Hold on.
Darth Vader.
Sorry, I dropped my inhaler.
Vader, only you could be so bold. The Imperial Senate will not sit still for this. When they hear you've attacked a diplomatic...
Don't act so surprised, Your Highness. You weren't on any mercy mission this time. Several transmissions were beamed to the ship by rebel spies. I want to know what happened to the plans they sent you.
I will never bow down to your tyranny and...
Excuse me, can I just butt in here?
Joe Biden, what the hell are you doing here?
Just pop by to give Princess Leia some advice. A little bit of advice, a little Biden wisdom. Now, when one of the world's most evil beings returns to your life, Princess Leia, you shouldn't sound so furious and angry. That's bad. You shouldn't do that. No, you shouldn't do that. What you should do, you should just say, "Welcome back."
All right. Well, I, for one, am thrilled that that demented old fool is no longer in the White House. I think most people realize that that was Barack Obama's third term. There's no way that dude had anything to do with running of the daily responsibilities of government. I think anybody with an IQ of higher than 10 realized that Joe Biden was suffering from dementia from the first day he entered office. So it's a grand day for America. You're welcome, Cirrus. I saved that as a members only video, by the way, because it's just so over the top ridiculous that that video that I did the other day is an example of a typical public school teacher. I mean, these are the guys, if you want to call it a guy, that are brainwashing your children to hate their country, and they sell us this Marxist BS. And by the way, guys, you're talking to a recovering Democrat. The Democrat Party left me. I didn't leave the Democrat Party. When I started seeing like the Democrat conventions were pulling out American flags and they got rid of the prayer and they're waving rainbow flags and burning American flags, that's when I pulled out of the Democrat Party. But I didn't become a Republican either. I'm a libertarian, so I don't really trust either party. I think that they both are leading us towards globalism, but I think that the Republicans are on a slower trajectory. And I don't consider Trump to really be a Republican or a Democrat. I mean, he was a hardcore Democrat all his life, and he still has tax and spend leftist policies, but he's a businessman and he understands that, you know, we need to have we need to have a new generation of entrepreneurs and workers, right? And thinkers, critical thinkers. And we need to stop brainwashing our kids in these Marxist run colleges and get them out there working. You know, you don't need somebody with a master's degree serving you a coffee at Starbucks, right? Because that's basic. Give me a bunch of ones if you agree that a degree in underwater basket weaving from Harvard gets you a job as a head barista at Starbucks. What you need is people who build computers in their garage. You need people who can repair air conditionings units, people who know how to do heating and plumbing and build homes. And you need to teach young boys how to be strong, not be effeminate. And we need to get all these chemicals, these forever chemicals out of our food, just like RFK is talking about. We need to push back against YouTube for refusing to let us talk about these experimental things that were forced on us by the World Health Organization. We need to start turning things around. You know, we need to stop believing what these ABC agencies are feeding us when we know that they were the heads of major corporations that were donating money to politicians so they could get those jobs, so they could guide government policy. So there's a lot of things that we need to talk about. But I agree with you, America First. And I love your name, by the way, America First. That's what it should always be about, America First, because look at what's happened to the United Kingdom. I mean, they flooded their country with jihadists. They've got their women wearing hefty bags, right? And these people are going to be the next generation of leaders in the UK. The UK is done. They are done. Give me a bunch of ones if you agree that the UK might as well change its name to the Islamic Republic of Britain. I mean, they are absolutely done. The King Charles has totally sold this country out. He should have dissolved Parliament when Two-Tier Keir was covering up these assault gangs from these jihadist countries, right? These guys are trying to force Sharia law. They think it's okay to hook up with a 6-year-old kid, and they're bringing their culture to the UK. They're not integrating into the UK culture. And that's why we need to seal our borders as well and make sure people who come into our country want to integrate into our culture. As a father, I'm incensed that they want to just flood our country with illegal aliens, many of them released from prisons, and then give them tax benefits and free hotels and free phones. And why are they doing it? Well, it's because they know their ideas are unpopular on the left, and they know that they can send them to red states and they can transition using the census. They can gerrymander the census and pick up new representatives with illegal aliens. And as an aside, they're also in non-voter ID states like California, they're instantly registering them to vote at the DMV. And we know that that's been going on. And so that's how they win elections, by cheating. And so now finally, we've been able to, Stomper, finally, we've been able to hopefully change some things. And maybe we can turn things around. But he's only got 4 years. And, you know, there are some things about him that I definitely disagree with. You would think a guy who was attacked with lawfare and was falsely convicted of a bunch of BS charges by George Soros prosecutors and had a lot of his supporters arrested by far left Marxist DC police would not be so cop friendly. So I kind of think that he's playing politics here, because I just don't see how anybody could support law enforcement after what happened to him. Give me a bunch of ones if you think that Trump is merely giving lip service to law enforcement and that he really doesn't have a lot of faith in our law enforcement, because I certainly do not have a lot of faith in modern law enforcement. I think they've been heavily politicized. I think that the police unions are what are running the show. And I think that, yeah, right on over there, 360. I think that the police unions are the main problem. So why does any government agency need a union? They already have the government, which is the most powerful union there is. Give me a bunch of ones if you agree with that. All right. So yeah, I know, Jake Neal, there's only one fix for that. You're right about that, brother. All right. So again, I'm at work. I've got to get some work done. If I see a super chat or somebody wants to buy a copy of my book, I'll stop working and butt in and answer the question really quick. So again, this is a donations only channel. That's how I support it. So anybody who wants to help me out and support the channel or donate some time to help me with the website and adding names to the business directory of patriotic friendly businesses, I'm always all ears. But I want to thank over there 360, America First, FLL, Stomper, Cirrus, and all my friends for showing up today, and BZ Watchdog for his funny video that we got to play at the beginning. So again, I'm going to be working, so don't think I'm being rude, but I do have to make some shekels today. But hopefully you guys will have some fun, because Victor Hanson is the man. And now, juror number 13, I do have a problem with Pam Bondi. Oh, by the way, an announcement before we get going. I do have a problem with Pam Bondi. I don't think that she is a true supporter of the Second Amendment. And I think that she's got some really backwards Marxist ideas when it comes to the Second Amendment, but she's pretty legit on other issues. Now, I spoke with Dick Heller of DC versus Heller, and that's the seminal case on firearms rights this morning. And he says we need to give her a chance. By the way, I think Dick's going to be staying with me tomorrow. So I'm planning on doing like a Dick Heller YouTube-a-thon where we interview him and talk about his past and try to help him, get support for the Heller Foundation. Dick's getting a little old, and I haven't really seen anybody really herald his past and who he is as a person and how his fight against the Marxist District of Columbia really helped shape our Second Amendment and an understanding of the historical rights to keep and bear arms in this country. So if you get a chance, take a look at DC versus Heller. I hate to say Google, because I really don't want to support an organization that really helped rig elections in favor of people that don't support what we believe in on Team MPE. But find a way maybe use Grok on Twitter. At least he has a free speech, more free speech on Grok than you'll ever find on Google. Give me a bunch of ones if you agree with that. So you go to X, go to Grok if you're a paid subscriber, and use their AI and look up DC versus Heller, and then the follow-up child cases of Heller versus DC and back and forth, where they kind of go back and forth to learn a little bit about Dick and learn a little bit about the seminal firearms cases that Dick Heller has really helped us with, to where now, even in California, they're being forced to issue concealed carry permits. So at least the people can protect themselves against all the illegal alien criminals that Gavin Newsom has invited in and offered free health care, free housing, and everything else at your expense. So at least now our women might be safe. And so, yeah, George Soros, that's right, man. Total disgrace. All these guys are just total scum of the earth, in my opinion. So let's get into Vic Hanson's video. This is Victor Hanson, and this is on the GB News channel, and I'll drop it here for you. Give me 1 second. GB News channel, and guys, I really thank you for supporting my channel and making it possible for me to bring you this stuff, because it's really fun sharing things with like-minded people and giving you my legal perspective as I'm hearing stuff in the background. Again, I'm a working lawyer, so I'm just running this because this is what I normally do when I'm at work. I listen to YouTube videos from people that I like, and I simply work on stuff. So here you go, guys. Hopefully you guys like it. And again, anybody who wants to throw me a super chat or a donation, even if it's $1, start a donation-a-thon to help me host Dick Heller tomorrow and cover his cover expenses. I'm going to be endorsing for him. That will be amazing. But we're going to hopefully have a really good time tomorrow with Dick as well. He's a really cool guy. He's getting older, and I really want to help him out, and I want to help get the message out about Dick Heller and the Second Amendment. But today we're going to listen to Victor Davis Hanson. I think this guy is the man. Hopefully you guys will agree with me. Let's go.
The faces of Barack Obama, Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton, even George W. Bush, it was, oh my God, this man is a revolutionary. He's going to cancel everything that we did.
What does Trump's inauguration mean for America?
Well, it's been heralded as a new order, a golden age, a divergent pathway, sort of reflects the Great Seal of the United States, that great quote from Virgil's Eclogues, Novo Ordo Seclorum, a new order of the ages. I think that's because of 2 or 3 things. Number one, it was the greatest comeback in American presidential history. Number two, unlike 2017, there is no demonstration. So he's won over or defeated most of his opponents. By that, I mean the tech lords. That picture of Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg, Mark Andreessen, Elon Musk sitting next to him. The media is, they're reduced to saying that just a normal little wave by Elon Musk is a Nazi salute. That's what they came up with on Inauguration Day as far as anger, opposition. So, and the third thing is he signed over 200 executive orders, and he's got just 4 years. And so he thinks he has to move nonstop quickly every minute. So I think we're going to be in for a roller coaster ride in the way we've never seen before.
This is obviously the beginning of Trump's presidency, but yesterday was also the end of Joe Biden's 4 years. And he ended his presidency by pardoning members of his family, by pardoning his allies like Liz Cheney and the people on the January 6th committee. Do you feel that he left his presidency with grace?
Well, he had a sad presidency, and he exited even more sadly. And I don't know what his intentions were, but he gave Trump credence of all the things he'd said. Trump had said, as many of us, that Joe Biden would wait to the very last minutes before pardoning his family. And he waited until Trump was actually giving his address right before he was going to be sworn in. Trump didn't know about it while he was speaking. But he did a lot of things. Then he just took away all the arguments, because these were not pardons, remember, of the traditional sense. We've only done this once in our history, given a preemptive pardon for crimes not noticed or never charged. We only did that with Gerald Ford's pardon of Richard Nixon. So that the left had been screaming and yelling in 2007 that Trump had talked about that for the January 6th, but then he didn't. So they were just totally embarrassed, shocked. They were hypocritical. They said, well, maybe it was okay for Biden, but it wasn't for Trump. And then of course they greenlighted Trump's own pardons of the J6 people. And it just brought to the fore that he had no defenders, because he had vocally, vociferously criticized the way he was deposed. The Obamas, he said, were in on it. Jill Biden blamed Pelosi. He blamed Barack and Schumer. And so there was no constituency left. He left the presidency as a solitary figure. Trump was left under a cloud of anger and invective, but he never lost his mega base. Biden has no base, no defenders, period, not even in his own party.
Trump's inaugural address was a powerful speech, and he began it very optimistically, talking about a new golden age for America. How do you assess his speech compared with previous presidents, obviously the famous ones from John F. Kennedy, FDR, and so on?
Well, those were aspirational speeches. They were, pass the torch to a new generation, ask not what your country can do for you, what you can do for your country, Reagan, all of this, Morning in America, that stuff. But this was it was a blueprint of attack. He went through all of the things from DEI to energy to the border to crime. And he promised, he said, we're going to end illegal immigration. We're going to end this misinterpretation of the 14th Amendment on anchor babies. We're going to end catch and release. It was very detailed, but it was a plan of attack we haven't heard. And you could see the faces of our former presidents. It wasn't just that he bitterly attacked Joe Biden and by association blamed the Clinton-Obama record, but when they heard what he was detailing and promising, the faces of Barack Obama, Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton, even George W. Bush, it was, oh my God, this man is a revolutionary. He's going to cancel everything that we did. And so that was pretty shocking, and everybody thought he would hold back. But he doesn't play by the Marquis of Queensberry rules. His view of the world is these people are pretty nasty people, and under the guise of sober and judicious language, they tried to impeach. They did impeach me twice. They tried to get me off the ballot. They waged lawfare in 5 different jurisdictions against me. They're not nice people, and I'm not going to play by their rules of, and I'm just going to call them out for what they were.
You mentioned Bush, Obama, Clinton, obviously the former presidents. Do you think they all represent one ideological strain, i.e. globalism, and that kind of post-Soviet liberal American era? And obviously you mentioned Trump he's more nationalistic, he's contrasting with them. Do you think this is kind of the end of, that post-Soviet liberal hegemony?
I think it is. Marco Rubio, the new Secretary of State, more or less said what you just did. And I think for 2 reasons. The argument that Trump is making and Rubio is making is after World War II, when Russia, China were pretty much non-existent given the tolls of the war, what's now the European Union was flattened. Britain was broke after their heroic sacrifices. We were the only superpower, and the idea was we had to indulge the world so that they could reboot. And it worked with the Marshall Plan and asymmetrical tariffs. But we are no longer that country. We are no longer preeminent, even though we're doing pretty well. So Trump's argument is this was an ossified, calcified paradigm that long outlived its usefulness. And now we are going to look at ourselves vis-a-vis our friends and enemies in terms of America first. And then second, his argument was, and has been throughout the campaign, that globalism was something that was asymmetrical. It enriched the bicoastal professional elite, the tech people, the insurance people, the finance people, the media people, the academic, but it destroyed by outsourcing and offshoring the interior. And he was going to be their retribution and say that we're not going to do quote unquote Bush free trade or Romney free trade or McCain free trade, to speak of his own party. And we're not going to have an open border in the way that the Republicans supported as much as the Democrats.
How different was this Trump from the Trump who gave his inaugural address in 2017?
Well, nobody really knew what he was going to say. So that got a lot. That was, even though he didn't attack people personally, it got a lot more criticism because That was the first formal outline of the MAGA agenda. And that galvanized people to oppose him. But now, when he reiterated many of those points, it wasn't so abstract, and it was detailed. And the subtext was, when he gave that speech, he didn't know anything about Washington. That was his own confession. So when he came in, everybody rushed to him and said, you don't know what you're doing. We're the Republican hierarchy. You need a Rex Tillerson, CEO at State. You need a Jim Mattis at Defense. You need John Kelly at all these people. And their attitude toward Trump was, whatever directive that he issues, I'm going to interpret it as what I think is best. And in some cases, maybe I'll help him and transfer it into bureaucraties. But in many cases, I'm just going to thwart it. So it didn't happen the way he thought it would happen, the MAGA agenda. This time, every single cabinet, all 13 appointments, everybody from the NIH to the FBI, the first requisite is, are you loyal to the president? And does he have to worry about you subverting his agenda like last time? And the answer is no, we're all force multipliers. So when they heard that speech, they kind of got scared, because they thought, you know what, this is what Kash Patel and Pete Hegseth and Pound Bondi and Marco Rubio and Jay Bhattacharya, that's what they're going to do. And now they know how to do it. And there's no opposition, interior opposition. There's nothing left. And Joe Biden has discredited the opposition. And even the Obamas, who were very prominent in this weird surrogate presidency where they kind of operated the gears and levers of the Biden administration while he was a waxen effigy, they've been discredited. They put their political capital out on the campaign trail and were refuted. So I don't see any institutional resistance that's going to materialize because Trump is onto them. And I don't see any Democratic, I mean, it's there, but they don't have any strong leaders. There's no leader of the Democratic Party to galvanize them.
Do you think in hindsight it was better that Donald Trump won in 2024 than in 2020? If you look back at 2020, it was a difficult year with the coronavirus pandemic and a struggling economy and so on. And also some people argue that Trump in 2020 wasn't quite as radical as he is today, or radically conservative. So is it better that actually Joe Biden did win that election 4 years ago?
I'm an adherent to that view, and I've been criticized for saying that, because to embrace that view entails that you're not sufficiently sensitive to all the things they did to Trump. And it suggests that maybe they wouldn't have tried to destroy him financially had he been president, or the E. Jean Carroll, all of that, the second impeachment and the assassination. But if you look at it just dispassionately, there's a lot of advantages that he had an interim 4 years. Number one, the Democrats were kind of a one-eyed Jack, and when Biden took over, they flipped it over, and we saw what they're really like. This is not the Harry Truman JFK party. This was a radical neo-socialist Jacobin globalist party. So they destroyed the border in the way we've destroyed the border, the Soros crime wave, the 4 to 6 trillion in printing money, the Afghanistan, the two theater. They saw the whole project right before their eyes, and it repelled them from the trivial, not the trivial, but cultural issues like transgenderism, or major officials in the government wearing dresses or stealing women's luggage. All of this was just too much, and that was a result of Trump not being there. And then the second thing that happened,
I don't know about you guys, but that's what did it for me. I mean, putting some mentally ill dude wearing a dress in charge of mental health in America, that definitely did it for me. And then you see all these other mental whack jobs, dudes running around wearing lipstick, high government officials stealing female luggage, and then demanding to put tampons in the men's restroom. I don't know. I'd like to hear what you guys have to say. Give me a bunch of ones if you think Biden trying to convince America that men are women and women are men put it over the top for you to where you could never support the Democrat Party again? Just let me know what you guys think. I'd like to hear your opinion on that. Let's get back into it.
Happened. Trump, by his own admission, changed in two ways. He was the target of all of these things we've never seen in American history. We've never seen state attorney generals try to take a major presidential candidate off the ballot like 16 did. We've never seen 5 suits and 91 felony indictments. It was just absurd. And we've never seen a candidate almost killed twice. So I guess what I'm saying is, given all of that, Trump became much more, he became angrier, but he also came sort of reflective and said, you know what, they are doing that. I didn't realize that I represent to them a complete repudiation of who they are and where they were going, and they will do anything to destroy me. It's not so much personal like I thought, tit for tat. It's what I represent. And he really sort of transformed himself into the embodiment of a movement rather than Donald Trump, the Manhattan guy with the orange skin. They were always attacking him, and he was tweeting back. His tweet, I mean, he still is ad hominem a lot, but now he looks at the attacks on him kind of in a cosmic level, less about him personally and more about what he represents. And I think he likes that. And he's starting to say, this is about you, not just me, because of what we are trying to do. So yeah, in a weird way, he became a much more empathetic figure. I think if he had been president those years, he would have never had an opportunity to win over Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk, because they went over to him after the Biden administration coerced them, maybe some willingly, that may be the wrong verb, invited them to partner, whether it was Facebook censorship of the laptop, or they sat down Mark Andreessen and said, this is what AI is going to be, and here are the winners and here are the loser companies. And they were terrified of what they saw. And I don't think that would have happened. I think they would have still been limousine liberals had that not happened.
You mentioned various figures there, Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos. They were both at the inauguration. Trump has also met recently with Bill Gates and other big tech billionaires. And there are some people who say, hold on a minute, these people just a few years ago were heavily involved in the Democratic Party, donated a lot of money to the Democrats, and were perfectly willing to go along with the Biden censorship regime, banning Trump from Facebook and all of these other social media platforms, to give one example. And as you said, to cover up the Hunter Biden story. And suddenly Trump is friends with these people, is allies with these people, is surrounding himself with these people. Isn't the MAGA movement against big tech oligarchies? Isn't conservatism against corporatism? Isn't it right that Trump should treat these people with suspicion at the very least, and perhaps at the most as enemies?
Well, that's what Steve Bannon said. He said when he was asked about that dichotomy and paradox, he tried to square the circle by saying, well, they are suppliants. They went on their Hajj to Mar-a-Lago and supplemented themselves and bent the knee. And that's true. The thing, and in theory, they're contradictory to the MAGA people, except he's not really getting Jamie Dimon and the bankers and the financiers there. He's getting people who make rockets, who make Tesla, who opened up X, who have social media, who Bezos, they have newspapers, they have rockets, they revolutionized and the way we buy things, Amazon. And so I guess what that appeal is to the MAGA people, that these are sort of can-do people, and they can lend their expertise to make the country rich rather than just themselves. There's just two other real quick points. One is these tech lords do not really, I mean, they're political, but they only have one overriding political interest. they don't really care about high taxes because, or what taxes on the middle, because they can pay anything and they have lawyers. So the higher the taxes, the more they evade it or the more money they make. They don't care about censorship unless it intrudes into their own business. But one thing they cannot tolerate is regulation. And when they saw what Biden was doing, forcing them to do certain things to enter the political realm, or telling them that these new technologies of biotechnology and space and AI and cybersecurity and cryptocurrency were going to be controlled.
So really quick, here's my take on it, and I want to know what you guys think. My take on it is Trump is old school, and he believes in keeping your enemies close, your friends close, and your enemies closer. And he knows that these big tech guys are all a bunch of hardcore lefties. Why? Because in any society, if you can sell to the masses that the evil rich are the enemy, even though you're the evil rich, you can acquire power by buying the politicians, right? The proletariat, right? And you can convince dumb people that the proletariat need to have the nice car, need to have the limousine, because they're the representative of the state. I mean, look at Gavin Newsom buying multi-million-dollar homes, in this case with the blue roof. And we'll get into the laser beams in another show, but it does strike me as interesting that the homes with the blue roofs didn't burn in LA. And also, check this out, the homes that did not have the lithium powered power meters didn't burn either. So we got a lot of stuff to discuss this year about the fires. I already have a couple of them that I'm working on. I think that there's a lot more to this. I do believe that there is a massive movement by the globalists like George Soros and the World Economic Forum to force people into these 5 or 15-minute cities and control everyone with digital currency, like Trudeau did do with the truckers. And I think that Trump may have bought us about 4 years, but with AI and guys like Klaus Schwab and all these billionaires and all the bankers who hate Trump, unless we go back onto a gold and silver backed currency, I think we're still doomed. Give me a bunch of ones if you guys agree. Unless we get rid of the Federal Reserve and the IRS, America is doomed, and we will be a one world government probably within the next 10 to 15 years. That's my take on it. What do you guys think? I'd like to hear your opinions in the sidebar. But let's get back into Vic Hanson. I think great show so far. Great show so far.
I don't mind anything, but I want to be able to make money and to do stuff unregulated. And that's good for the country, and it's better for me. And so that's why they turned on him. And that argument they made to Trump, you don't like me, we don't like you, but you believe in entrepreneurism and you're going to unfree us. And if you do that, the United States will be preeminent in oil production, in space, and AI, and biogenetics, you name it. We will do that for you. And so Trump is it's very similar to the socialist FDR when the war started. He looked around and all of his socialist advisors came to him and said, we need to use New Deal paradigms. This is antithetical to MAGA, but it's the same type of modality. They said, we've got to have New Deal paradigms. And Roosevelt basically said, no, we're back into a recession, 1938, 39. The war's broken out. It didn't really work. We can't say that. So he called it Dr. War, not Dr. New Deal. That's what he said. We're going to do war. So what did he do? He called in that era's version of Bezos, Zuckerberg, and Musk. And that was William Knudsen, the head of GM. He hated Henry Ford, who was a paleocon, and he brought in Harry Kaiser from Oakland. And he said to them, I will give you freedom of regulation, but I want you to go ahead and rebuild the economy. And then he had something called the War Production Board with Charles Wilson, the head of GE. If you look at all of that group of people, they call them the dollar a day guys. They didn't take a salary. In 3 years, Henry Ford was producing a B-24 every hour at Willow Run. Kaiser was producing a Liberty 12,000-ton ship every 3 days in Oakland and Seattle. And William Knudsen had taken the entire, not just General Motors, but the entire automobile industry and turned it into making Jeeps, 2-ton trucks, shipping 400,000 of them to the Soviet Union to mechanize the Red Army. And I think that's what Trump thinks he's doing. He's allowing these people certain opportunities and freedom from regulations on the idea that they're not going to use that against him or against MAGA, but they're going to make the United States rich. And there's been a lot of talk here when you look at, there's been a lot of charts going around in the context of these appointments, that when you look at the EU, let's say about 2005 or 4 as terms of GDP, it was not, it was about 90 or 85% of the United States. And you look at it 20 years later with the adjustments made that Britain's not in it, but it's about half. So even under Obama, those 8 years of Obama, the United States grew at a rate that has now nearly doubled the GDP of Europe. And Trump knows that, and these people know that, and they feel that they can do even better. And so that's why people are excited, because it's kind of a mood over here that if somebody says, I want to go to Mars, or I want to create a new car and break into the top 3 like Elon did, there's nobody in Washington say you can't do that. We've got to have environmental. What's your DI? What's your percentage of how many gays do you have working? There's none of that now. It's go ahead and do it, as long as it makes us more powerful and wealthy and helps people. And so the other thing is that he's very clever. He's not, I mean, he does certain things that they don't understand, Trump. And so all of this stuff about Canada and Greenland and Panama and the Gulf of America, they all wrote it off as just nutty. And then they started thinking about it, and third thoughts and fourth thoughts. So when he says, well, we're going to call it the Gulf of America, they said, this is imperialistic, Yankees trying to dictate. And then they started thinking about it. Well, the coastline of America on the Gulf is 1,700 miles. It's exactly the same as the coastline of Mexico. And the left changes names all the time and tells us that's what's necessary to keep up with the times. So they've had their turn for 400 years, and we are the most powerful. We have more ships in the Gulf. We're just going to change it. And then all of a sudden people say, yeah, and then that brings attention to what Mexico's relationship is with us when they object. And then people who are now saying, well, wait a minute, you're getting 63 billion in remittances, where we subsidize these people with health, education, welfare, housing, so they can send cash back to you people. And you've destroyed our border. You've deliberately sent fentanyl into this country. So out of those things, like same thing with Greenland, it's not so much that the objective, it's the dialogue that follows. So he says, well, Greenland, then, and everybody said he's an imperial, and then they start thinking about it. And they said, you know, in World War II, the United States under Roosevelt pretty much appropriated the Greenland coastline for anti-submarine and air use. And then people start writing and said, well, wait a minute, New York is closer to Greenland than is Copenhagen. Well, wait a minute, Greenland's part of North America, it's not part of Europe. And wait a minute, these sophisticated postmodern Europeans are colonialist. And this is a colony, and Denmark's an imperials, and now they're scrambling to put Greenland's imagery on the royal coat of arms. So that's the type of discussion that all of these things, and that's what he intends, not invading Greenland or sending the 101st down to Panama, but it starts to move the needle on all of these issues.
Well, Britain famously invaded Iceland during the Second World War.
Yes, it did. It just took it.
You mentioned the Mars comment. I thought that was quite interesting. He said that he wants to plant an American flag on Mars. Did this remind you of JFK's famous pledge in his inauguration that we will land on the moon by the end of the decade? And I love that turn of the phrase he said. I don't think it was in the inauguration, but in another speech in Texas, that we will go to the moon not because it is easy, but because it is hard. Did that sort of invoke JFK for you?
It did. And people forget about JFK. He was I think he was quite rude and kind of derogatory about Eisenhower. He said, we got to get the country moving again. But when he talked about going to the moon, people forget that if you look at those speeches, about the third sentence following that was, we were going to be the first to go to the moon. And the space race, we now make fun of the space race, but liberal commentators were gushing over the space race and the Saturn rocket. And I can remember being in high school and all of a sudden on the news said, news bulletin, Saturn rocket works, only rocket in the world with a thrust to send men to the moon, space race over, Russia lost. That was before we went to the moon. So they were just jubilant, the left was. And so I think Trump thinks that in the heart of everybody, there's this latent idea, whatever your nationality, be preeminent, and the Americans had a better claim and yet had suppressed that. He's got to be careful. I mean, it can get into jingoism, but it's been so repressed. In a way, it's sort of like Germany tiptoeing toward rearming again, or Britain trying to think, well, wait a minute, we used to master the seas, we have two carriers, why not we do a little bit more? And people, no, we're a postmodern society, a green society, but you get the impression that even some of the opponents would like Britain to resume its place in the world, and that there's only certain ways you can do that. One is with a strong economy, another was a military power, another is a Thatcher-like leader. It's too bad that when Reagan did this, you had Thatcher, who was sort of the elder stateswoman to him and guided him. We have somebody like Milley, but he doesn't have the stature of Britain. If it would be too bad, I mean, we'll see something like that in a lesser faction, I think, when Poilievre takes over in Canada, and I think he will. But if somebody in Britain would come out of the Conservative Party and be bold like Thatcher was, it would be a wonderful partnership.
I also want to ask, I mean, by the way, we've got Keir Starmer in Britain, so people can make their own judgment as to whether he compares with Thatcher and Reagan.
I think she's pretty good.
I want to ask about the Manifest Destiny, because I thought that was a really interesting part of Trump's speech yesterday as well. That must have invoked Teddy Roosevelt and some of those other 19th century presidents.
James Polk.
But also, I think it's interesting. There's some people who argue that if an empire isn't expanding, it's declining.
That's true.
So do you think that Trump basically signs up to that ideology that says America must expand, we must, increase our territory and so on, otherwise we are declining?
That's a very famous line, and I think it's Book 1, Section 140 of Thucydides, where the Athenians are trying to defend their empire, and they say, people like us can't put arbitrary limits on our natural expansions. It didn't end up well for them, but there's that argument, except we're pretty much in a static world today where there's not vast areas like the North American continent that's unexplored or unsettled. So it becomes now a zero-sum game. In other words, when you want to take something, you're taking it away from an established entity, and that's going to be much harder. But I don't think when Trump's talking about these things, he's talking about the way that the opposition interprets it. So he's not going to go down to Panama. He's not going to go invade Greenland. What he's saying to Denmark is, I think, or to Greenland, we don't really care who officially runs Denmark. If you want to say that you run Denmark as a colony, but we're on the same team, and China and Russia are eyeing your country, and you can't do anything about it. And so we are going to come in here and protect it, not just for us. We like the prestige and the power, but if we don't do this, the whole West loses, because you'll have Chinese and Russian people controlling the Northwest Passage, and that might be someday as important to us as the Panama Canal. It's that type of attitude. And he's telling Panama, nobody would have signed this treaty if two Chinese-related companies were at the mouth of both ends of this canal. And we don't mind Singapore, we don't mind Taiwan, we have American companies, but you have two countries, and they're there for one reason: to set up shop in times of crisis, to delay or hinder the transference of warships. And you know it, and we know it. And it's that type of pressure that I think he thinks will be effective, so that China will either make a deal with him, pull out one of those companies, or do something like that. But I don't see him physically acquiring these territories by force, because that is one of the iconic canons of the MAGA movement, that you don't engage in optional military engagements on the ground anywhere in the world unless they're just entirely feasible and you can win them in a way that plays to our own military strength, and in a cost-benefit analysis it works out well for us. But he's railed so much about Syria and Libya and Afghanistan and Iraq as disasters. I don't think he wants to get into a shooting war in Panama, or he doesn't want to, offend the people of Greenland and all that stuff. But he's trying to say to the world, the Panama Canal is essential for the United States' interest to help and protect the West, and so is Greenland. And Canada cannot be allowing an open border on our northern border and acting like Mexico. Canada is more like us, and yet it's acting in the same way as far as trade policy and defense and an open border as Mexico is, and that's not right. We've been through too much together. So I think he more or less dethroned the Trudeau government. I think people forget that well, there's been a lot of things in the world that have happened. We don't know how they'll ultimately finish, but from Trudeau to the fall of the Assad dynasty to the willingness of Hamas to negotiate, it was all predicated on the braggadocio of Donald Trump. And at some point, he's going to have to pull the trigger, because people are going to call his bluff. Because he said, if you don't release those hostages, this is going to happen. I can solve the Ukraine. When you say that, people are going to say, well, he probably can, but who's going to be the first guy to test him? And when that happens, last time he was able to do it by killing Soleimani when everybody told him he couldn't, to kill Baghdadi, to put maximum pressure on Iran and get rid of ISIS. And then after that, everybody was pretty hesitant to challenge him. But he's going to have to do that again, because it's been a while and Biden has ruined U.S. deterrence.
I want to get back to my question about the people surrounding Trump, because I think one of Trump's flaws, and you're brilliant at articulating what his strengths, and I think, as you say, on foreign policy, he's fantastic at making these deals. But one of his flaws is that he does take flattery, very seriously. He likes people who like him, and you get people like Lindsey Graham and, to an extent, let's say Bill Gates or Zuckerberg complimenting him a lot, and he likes that. And that could lead to potentially some issues, some friction with the MAGA movement, with the goals of, let's say, breaking up tech oligarchies, which is one of those things that people like Steve Bannon has been talking about for a long time. And it looks like Trump isn't going to do that. He's going to go the other way, because suddenly these people are complimenting him. So can you just perhaps talk about that one character flaw? Maybe you disagree with me. And are you concerned that could lead to some issues in his second term?
Well, as I said earlier, Steve Bannon now has modified his criticism and said that they have been supplements and have been used by Trump, played by Trump. And I think that all of them feel, I don't quite see it as symmetrical. I think that Bezos and Zuckerberg and even Gates, I don't know about Elon, but they feel that when they see him, they're sitting next to a cobra. They have no idea what will happen if they cross him, because they feel that he can be as hard on them as he is nice now. So I think it's going to be a quid pro quo, but I think he's going to have the majority of the cards. The other thing is, in actual power, his power right now, his mandate is emotional and psychological and spiritual. All of his issues that he ran on polls 65%, 60%. He's got the Supreme Court. But when you actually look at the implementation of the laws, the courts are going to go after his executive order. At some point, he's got to get this legislative agenda through, and he only has until these special elections when they replace cabinet members. He's only going to have 2 House people. And the way our system works, of these 218 or so House members, any one of them who wants to stop the entire Trump agenda will be all over the papers. And in his own district, he will be pilloried, except if he exacts as the price of his vote all sorts of concessions for money and for his district, then he'll be standing up for the people who elected him. And the same thing, he only has 3 in the Senate, when with J.D. Vance's fourth, maybe 4. And he understands what happened last time when he offended Mitch McConnell and John McCain. Mitch McConnell actively tried to subvert him. John McCain was dying of a glioblastoma and was brought in literally on a stretcher to cast the sole vote that destroyed the effort to repeal Obamacare, after John McCain had sworn he would never do that and had run for Senate successfully against Obamacare. But his point was, I hate Donald Trump more than I dislike Obamacare. So a lot of these transactional relationships are based on the idea from last time that, and he says this, he says this again and again. He says, we had a great, but we could have done more. I look at that. We could have done more. We got stopped here. We didn't get rid of Obamacare. We spent too much money. I listened to Fauci. I didn't have my people up there in the White House. Birx and Fauci. So I think now he's very careful. And another thing he didn't realize is that he brought in all of those generals, and he brought, McMaster and Mattis and Kelly, and he thought they were all Patton and MacArthur. He said, these are my MacArthurs. But today's general is a very different person, especially a Washington-centric general. And all of these groups that are galvanized and tried to destroy him, the administrative state, the never Trumpers, the left wing of the Democratic Party, the media, academia, the high echelon of the military, the international people. He understands that just yelling at them and screaming at them or trusting them is suicidal. So what he tries to do is have some transactional relationship with them. And I don't know to what degree that will deteriorate and he won't be able to control it. But right now, given the margins, it would be insane to insult Lindsey Graham or go after a couple of House members.
I got to throw something in there about the modern generals. So what we have now is primarily the left has created this administrative state where, like, even the military is all in for the military industrial complex, right? It used to be that the Democrats were the anti-war party, but now that the military industrial complex donates so much money to the Democrats, they're now the party of war. And it used to be that we had a couple of good generals like Smedley Butler who spoke out against war. And even Eisenhower warned us against the dangers of the military industrial complex. And I do have to hand it to Trump, man. He kept us out of war, and he fired those generals who were pushing for war and all those globalists. So again, I don't agree with him on everything. And I guess the benefit of not being a partisan politics guy, like I see all you Democrats, whatever the Democrats do, they can do no wrong, right? Same with the Republicans. Oh, the Republicans can do no wrong. And that's just all part of the two heads of the same snake, keeping us divided as Americans. And that's why I support the concept that if you believe that your rights come from an all-powerful creator like our founding fathers, then let's put aside our partisanship and agree on the things that matter. Like, we know that boys are boys and girls are girls. Let's start there. We believe in real science, not politicized science like we had under Obama and Biden, right? We believe in certain truths, that all rights come from an all-powerful creator like our founding fathers. Once we can agree on that, all this other stuff will start to disintegrate. Give me a bunch of ones if you guys agree with that, because I think that's where we need to start. We need to get off this Marxist Kool-Aid that's been sold to us by the public schools and the college campuses and get back to our founding roots, which is that we're all free and we have the right to pursue property and freedom and liberty unencumbered and unhindered by the administrative state. So I also want you to give me a bunch of ones for Trump going after FEMA. Remember, Biden had these DEI appointed FEMA officials who literally told in memos that I'll show you the video if you don't believe me, because I know all you Democrats are going to say, oh, you're lying, you're making this up, because you watch Communist News Network and PMSNBC where they don't actually show you these things. But they absolutely said in wherever these floods were, was it North Carolina, the hurricanes and all that, that you are to avoid homes that have Trump for president signs and not render aid to them. So that just blows me away. I mean, how, if these guys want to pretend like they're the party of unity and, endorsing everybody and, we all need to, equity and inclusion. Yeah, they believe in equity and inclusion so long as it only supports their Marxist worldview. Give me a bunch of ones if you agree. So let's get back into Victor Hanson. So far, hopefully you guys like the video. I think it's super great. I really like this. I really like this guy. I think that he's right on the money. What do you guys think? Give me a bunch of ones if you think that Victor is on the money. Give me a bunch of twos if you're a Marxist Democrat and you think that Joseph Stalin should be in charge of the country. Let's hear what you guys have to say. I'd love to hear it. All right, so let's get back into it, and here we go.
He would not. It wouldn't work. You got to remember, the Republicans as individualists are not like the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party under Hakeem Jeffries and Nancy Pelosi, they don't have one defection. So that's a force multiplying effect. For the Democrats traditionally to win in the House, they only need one vote margin. The Republicans need 10 or 15 because they always defect. And Trump understands that. So, and he knows that a lot of these guys, you can't call up some of these Freedom Caucus people and say, look, if you bolt and let the Democrats stop me, I'm going to primary you. And they'll say to him, go ahead. You don't know what my Arizona district is like. You don't know what Northern California is like. You don't know what the interior of Utah is like. So he's got to be careful on that. I
so
give
he's
him a
beginning
pass
to learn
now.
politics, maybe a bit of LBJ in Trump. I want to ask about Fauci. You mentioned Fauci there. Biden issued a load of preemptive pardons, like I said earlier in the interview, to a lot of people. He covered all the bases, it seems, of the people that the Trump DOJ may have investigated or prosecuted. I know you're not a legal expert, but I'm interested in what can the Trump people do now that they have these preemptive pardons? What do you think they should do? Should they go after other people who didn't receive pardons? Because surely there has to be some kind of justice, some kind of retribution to all of the investigations that the Biden administration, did against Trump and his allies and so on. So what can Trump do? Should they try and expose what the Biden
I think that the House will do that. But there are two peculiarities of our legal system that concern pardons. And by the way, you can't refuse a pardon. If you say, I don't want a pardon, you can grandstand, but it's still in effect. The person who is pardoned preemptively for everything that happens cannot invoke the Fifth Amendment. So they can't say, I cannot testify because it'll incriminate myself. So they can...
Hold on.
That's what Elbridge Gary warned we'd get under the Constitution.
I don't know what just happened. Just let me get back into it.
Bring Fauci in. Let's say Peter Daszak, for example, who, basically was the godfather of the Wuhan stream of money from the United States. You can bring in Fauci and you can say, did you do this, this, this? But as I understand it, these pardons, they cover everything that may be uncovered that they did at the time of the pardon in the future. But they do not give a person, you can't go out and murder someone. So you can bring Fauci in and you can have him testify about Peter Daszak or Francis Collins. And if he perjures himself and conflicts with prior testimony, then he's subject to prosecution. And he can't say, I don't remember, I'm not going to testify. Say, I don't remember, but he can't say, I'm not going to testify. So I assume that they're going to go after some of the people around Fauci. And from you look at the emails, someone like Peter Daszak or who Echo Health or especially Francis Collins is just as culpable. I don't know about Burke. She was a little bit more clever. And when you look at Milley, he basically did one unethical thing, and that was he attacked the president of the United States for an innocent photo op, and he grandstanded. But he did two things that were obviously illegal. And one of them was calling up his Chinese counterpart without the permission of the president and basically tipping him off that he would have a conduit of conversation anytime Trump issued him an order. That is treasonous. And the second thing he did is, under the statute, the chairman of the Joint Chief has no chain of command authority. So he's an advisor. He cannot enter the chain of command. That's against the code of military justice. He cannot say to a theater commander, as Milley did, you report directly to me in times of crisis. No. The theater commanders, CENTCOM, AFRICOM, they report directly to the Secretary of Defense. So my point is that of all the people, I think Milley had the most exposure of all of them that got pardoned. And they will call Milley in, and they will probably, in a House investigation, put him under oath and ask him, did Lloyd Austin give you that order to talk to the Chinese, and see what he says? Because Lloyd Austin, if he did give him that order, is culpable. And did Lloyd Austin give you permission to bypass him and deal directly with theater commanders, and see what he says? It's that type of thing that I think that they're going to do. And I think it'll be more, I don't know, for media consumption than actual putting people in jail. It'll be very hard to do that. The other thing they're talking about is reforming the whole Department of Justice system, and that they're trying to figure out how to stop lawfare. And lawfare is predicated on the idea that you indict somebody in either New York or Washington, and with the certainty that the 90% anti-Trump or anti-Republican jury in both places will convict them, and you run up and they're very expensive places to conduct law, and you will bankrupt them. So nobody wants to be indicted, and the Democrats hold that over everybody's head. And then these juries that, Letitia James jury, Alvin Bragg, E. Jean Carroll, they're all the same. And so they're trying to write legislation that says if you are arrested or you do something in Washington, you have a right for a change of venue if you're a politician back to your own district or something like that, because they're conducting they're using the judicial branch to bankrupt people and disgrace them before they ever go to trial. Absolutely. On the basis that the jury will convict them of anything. And that's got to change.
That's right.
I want to pick up
I agree with that.
You mentioned earlier, that Trump is incredibly...
And this really started heavy duty under Barack Obama. I mean, Barack Obama really weaponized the Justice Department against anyone who spoke out against him and his regime. And it makes sense because his heroes were people like Karl Marx and Joseph Stalin. So, and that's just carried on in the modern Democrat Party. And it's very, very sad. This lawfare thing, the problem with it is the hardcore Democrats say, oh, he's a felon, he's a felon. And then critical thinkers like me are like, are you kidding me? I mean, look at, these are George Soros prosecutors. They were elected with his money, and George Soros hates America. And he's in the business of destroying other people's countries. And then the cases were brought in far left judicial districts. In this one case, the judge with the multiple felonies, the judge actually has a daughter who is a fundraiser for the Democrat Party and raised funds based upon her father getting convictions against Trump. So you've got at least half, or actually more than half, because we see now that more than half the country supports Trump, saying, we don't believe there's justice. We believe this is all rigged. It's all lawfare. And of course, the Democrats are like, get him, prosecute your political enemies. Who cares about due process and justice? Trump is evil, orange man bad. And it so reminds me so much of what happened under Robespierre. I don't know if you remember the Great Terror in France when they beheaded their king. It's a very similar thing here, where you have, part of the population doesn't care about due process because it's their political enemy. And that really started heavy duty under Barry Soetoro and Big Mike But let's get back into it, and let's let Victor finish up what he was saying.
Popular, more popular than he's ever been before. And the policies that he's pursuing are also popular, particularly when it comes to energy policy, the economy, immigration, and so on. The Democrats, some have argued, have lost the moral high ground. Now, they were always very proud of themselves because they were progressive on issues like gay marriage. And a majority of Americans support gay marriage. On abortion as well, again, more Americans support abortion than are against it. And the Democrats always felt, I think, particularly under Obama, that they had this moral high ground. They had the American people on their side. They were on the so-called right side of history, particularly on social issues. Do you feel they've lost that moral high ground? I know that you, as a conservative, disagree with them on all of those issues in any case. But in terms of the American public and the American public's view towards the Democrats, towards their policies, do you think there's been a real shift rightwards and they've lost that moral high ground?
Yeah, for that to be true, you would have to look at their constituencies to see whether they've had defections, and in fact they have. So here in California, there were 5 large counties that, and I live in one of them that's blue, that have flipped to red in the last election. And they flipped because of about 3 issues, but mostly it was the hyperinflation, gas prices, California regulations that they connect with Washington. But when you look at the Rio Grande Valley communities, Latinos, some of them just flip 100% to Trump.
Yeah.
So these issues that you're talking about, especially an open border, it hurts, and it hurts inner city blacks.
And listen, guys, I'll tell you right now. Let me just share something with you, because my wife is from El Salvador, and of course, you guys know that I have mixed kids, and I'm in an interracial marriage, in that I grew up in the construction industry around Mexicans and Latinos, right? So the Democrats, according to a lot of my Hispanic friends, were counting on welfare and subsidies and this DEI thing. All white people are racist and evil and whatnot, and therefore you have to vote Democrat. Will protect you from the evil white man. But my dad was a contractor, and I learned how to speak Mexican Spanish from the time I was a little boy all the way up. And my dad took care of his workers and went the extra mile for them, to the point where when I had a falling out with my dad, I stayed in a tent in the backyard of one of his laborers, and they tried to marry me off to their daughter. And the point I'm making is that most of the second and third generation, especially Mexicans and Salvadorians, they would rather let the Democrats keep their welfare check and their free money that they're trying to give people in exchange for a vote, because they don't buy into that all white people are evil and racist. They don't buy that argument because they know that we're not. And they also don't like the idea about men wearing dresses. These are very macho, especially Mexican, very macho cultures. It's very, driven by traditional family values. And that was the straw that broke the camel's back. This thing where, you've got these multi-billionaire bankers and these P. Diddy types, these perverts, pushing this idea that men should wear dresses, right? And like trying to lower the legal age to have, for old men to have sex with little boys like they did in California. And that was the straw that broke the camel's back for a lot of Latinos. So, and that's basically what happened. I mean, the Democrat Party really needs to rethink, what they're all about. Because when I was a Democrat, we pledged allegiance to the flag. We actually waved American flags and said USA. And if you say USA now at a Democrat rally, they'll look at you like you're a maga, you're some kind of a racist. So it's really just like the Mexicans and the Latinos are the ones who are like pro-USA. Like when I was in the Marine Corps, Mexicans were the most hardcore badass Marines that you would ever meet. I mean, they love the Marine Corps. They love America, right? That's just how it is, guys. And I think that the Democrats, the Northeastern liberal banker types, they totally underestimated. They thought they could, because they're very money driven, they thought they could buy these people. But these people are very traditional Catholics, and they don't even like the new Pope. They think the dude's a pervert. So that tells you how Catholic the Mexicans are, and the Salvadorians also. And that's my family. We're Salvadorian. So I just wanted to share that with you because I think that that's another issue. What do you guys think? Give me a bunch of ones if you think that the Democrats blew it with this whole DEI, putting tampon machines in the men's restroom. That cost them the Latino vote. And that's why they're flooding the country with more illegal aliens and giving them free cell phones, free everything, right? Because they're hoping if they keep these peasants from third world countries addicted to free money, that they'll always vote Democrat. And they're peasants and they're not educated. They won't even really understand what's going on. That's kind of what I'm thinking. What do you guys think? Put it in the comments what you guys think. I'd like to hear what your opinion is. Let's go.
And it hurts Hispanics who don't have the resources in their communities to have all of their institutions flooded, their schools, their health facilities, and then no background checks on Sureños, Norteños, M13 gangs. So that constituency. And then you see the feminist constituency. You're getting defections over girls' sports. There's a lot of very liberal women that endorsed Trump because he protected, they felt, women's sports. And you can go down the line on all of them, and you can see it in California now. We had this record Dresden-like fire, 25,000 acres, 250,000 people displaced, the vast majority of them Biden and Harris voters. And they're looking at what happened. It's just a confederacy of dunces. The mayor's a neo-social Castroite, is in Ghana. The deputy mayor that she appointed, DEI appointee, he's under house arrest for phoning in bomb threats. The head of Power and Water, she's a DEI appointee.
And not only is the mayor of hold on, guy, I got to share this with you. Not only is the mayor of Los Angeles a hardcore communist, but she used to hang out in Cuba with Castro. And she's also connected to the 1980 bombings at the Capitol. So her and people like Obama's attorney general, I forgot his name, but all these Harvard, these college professor types who hate America, flag burners, these are the people that they put into power in Los Angeles. And I predict that even these hardcore lefties on the West Side are going to start voting more conservative now that they realize that communism kills, and putting someone in a position of leadership just because they're black or they're gay or a lesbian doesn't mean that they're going to provide good leadership. And that's in essence what DEI is all about. And in this case, they put a hardcore Marxist flag burner who hates America, who used to hang out with Fidel Castro, is the mayor of Los Angeles. Unbelievable to me. Give me a bunch of ones if you think it was a good idea to hire the mayor of Los Angeles. Give me a bunch of twos if you think it was a terrible idea. All right, so let's get back into the show.
Who got 750,000 double, and she replaced somebody, two people before her. The person was indicted for bribery, and she didn't know the reservoir was not full. The hydrants were not full. Then you had the gay, lesbian fire chief who's talking about DI hiring. And when there was nobody there, then there's 100 fire trucks that were not in service because of diesel clean air mandates that were, they didn't meet that new qualification in California. Then you had the assistant fire chief that said if she can't pick up a male, it's because the male's in the wrong place in a fire. So that was a perfect storm. And that shocked everybody in California. And California was moving a little bit, on the voting to reinstate penalties for shoplifting or to reinforce prohibitions against DEI hiring. But you can see that these are constituencies. I guess the best way to term it is, if you look at that left-wing woke DEI socialist agenda, eventually it's going to destroy everybody. But the people who promulgated it, created it, advanced it, always thought that either because of their race or their zip code or their money or their influence, they were protected species and it would never boomerang on them. So Latinos never thought that an open border would destroy their communities.
Yeah,
Blacks
exactly.
never thought that in the Rainbow Coalition, Latino gang members from Central America would destroy their inner city.
Yep.
Wealthy people never thought that DEI hires and green fanaticism would destroy their community. So it's kind of an organic process that it caught up to all of them. And that was one of the reasons Donald Trump won, there was at least a quarter of the voters that voted not for Trump, but against Biden and what he stood for, and Harris and what she stood for.
Well, the Democrats thought they had this supermajority, and that basically Republicans could never win elections again because of Barack Obama, and obviously that's been proved to be utterly false. And the credit has to go to Donald Trump, not to the Mitt Romneys of this world.
No.
I want to ask about the media. You mentioned about Elon Musk's supposed Roman salute at yesterday's rally. How do you think the media have changed since 2017? How do you think they're going to cover the Trump presidency? You know, CNN, for example, has, I believe, or I've read reports that they've been told to be more fair on Trump and to give more of the opposing views. The same with the New York Times, and perhaps the Washington Post with Jeff Bezos is also, you know, at least from top down, from the editors, telling the journalists, you need to be a bit more conservative, or at least have conservative voices.
Well, there's two things that have changed, three things that have changed. And one is the election, that he won the popular vote. So now they understand that the majority of Americans are not where they are. And before they always said it was just an electoral college scheme. They can't say that anymore. The second thing is they are hemorrhaging audience. So CNN now is down to 300,000 or 400,000 people, where Fox has 4 or 5 million. And
guys, check this out. This is going to blow your mind. Some of my shows get more views and likes and subscribes than CNN does. I mean, CNN is basically like, it's what all the college professors and public school teachers watch. But regular America, they know that it's a propaganda wing of the Democrat Party, and they just don't buy it. I mean, it's crazy that a YouTube channel gets more views than a freaking, a CNN, which charges advertisers like millions of dollars and pays these talking heads so much money. And my YouTube channel is getting more views than CNN, a lot of their shows. It just blows me away. What do you guys think? I want to hear it in the comments. What is your opinion about CNN? I think that it's been the propaganda branch of the Democrat Party ever since Ted Turner. And most people that I know call it Communist News Network and never watch it. So I'm interested to see what you guys think. What do you guys think of Communist News Network, CNN?
So they're hemorrhaging all of the print. The LA Times has just about had it. Washington Post has just about had it. So they know that constant harangue, Trump, 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 evil, 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 convicted felon, rape, that doesn't work. And the third thing is the courts now, who, for all their bragging about judicial integrity and independence, they do reflect public opinion. So all of a sudden, a military veteran who was defamed by Jake Tapper, he wins a big court source. And then all of a sudden, George Stephanopoulos, who was always felt he was exempt, he says rapist, 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 rapist. And Trump sues him and says, actually, I was convicted of sexual harassment, not rape. And that's libelous. So then ABC says, oh my God, public opinion's away from, and they settle for 16 million. And then just the other day, when you say that AOC said that she wouldn't go to the inauguration of a rapist, right after that word has ended in a lot of financial loss, that is stupid to do that in this environment. And I think there'll be repercussions. But more importantly, if you say that he gave a Nazi salute, and you're saying this about a person who has 400 billion in assets, and you produce almost instantaneously on the internet, Kamala Harris doing this, Elizabeth Warren, almost every politician at some point, and then you add the fact that he's touching his heart that lead into it, that kind of exempts it anymore, then under the current circumstances, it's pretty clear that that's going to be actionable. So I just think that we're not going to see as much of that anymore, because people are going to sue them, and they're winning. They're winning, and they're going to win big. And I think there'll be repercussions on this salute that CNN, I think he'll sue them.
One of the other most extraordinary things I noticed at the inauguration yesterday was that you had people like Theo Von and Jake Paul and these kind of podcast bro type people literally at the ceremony. And Trump, not only did he win over minority voters that you've talked about, Latino voters and so on, but he also won Gen Z, or Gen Z as Americans call them, young voters, particularly young men. He went on Joe Rogan, and that just went incredibly viral. And, there's a huge upsurge of support among young men for Trump and for the Republicans. Does this remind you of any other president? I don't know. Did Reagan have this same kind of influence on young people at the time? Is this different to that? Is this a new phenomenon? What's going on with Trump and his young support?
Well, three presidents had that ability, at least initially. Reagan did, and his argument was that I'm going to make changes so you can afford a house and your generation can have a better America. JFK's appeal was I'm young like you, and we're going to take over from 75-year-old Eisenhower in the 50s stasis. Obama had that with the left, that I am cool and hip. Bill Clinton tried with the sunglass. So they all try it, and some of them are more effective. But what's different about Trump is that, like Reagan, he's old, but he has no prerequisites. He has no hierarchies. He has no protocol. So when he was in New York, I used to read stories about why people hated him, because he hung around with Mike Tyson. He hung around with Al Sharpton. He hung around with boxing promoters, King, who was completely disreputable. And when he surrounds himself by Steve Bannon, the way Steve Bannon dresses or looks, or he has no problems with having Fetterman come with his shorts. In other words, it gets him in trouble sometimes, but his attitude is he judges people on what their usefulness is and their ability is. And I think he got that from being a builder. And he got a lot of empathy for people who are not and he's an outsider too. I mean, with the mugshot, you talk to people in Manhattan and you ask them, before Trump was president, was he on the A, B, or C list? And they will tell you the D list. They didn't want to go to dinner with him because he had declared bankruptcies, or he'd been married 3 times, or the way he looked was. And that plays to his advantage, that he does not judge people by the way that traditional Republicans do. If you come and talk to Trump, he's impressed by Harvard, Yale, and all that, but he's not exclusionary. So he will bring people around him of any background if he finds out they have talent, and that makes him accessible. So when you saw him go into Madison Square Garden after, I have never seen right before the election a menagerie like that. I mean, he had on the one hand a button-down tie Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House. Then he had apostate RFK and Tulsi Gabbard. Then he had Hulk Hogan. Then he had Kid Rock. Then he had Joe Rogan. Then he had Dana White. Mixed martial arts. They were all there, and they were all getting along with each other. And they all had one thing in common. Nobody cares what we dress like. Nobody cares what we say. Nobody cares where we went to school. But we're all successful, and we have things in common. We all like the country, and Trump knows that. And it's I don't think that people ever saw that side of him. I'll give you an anecdote. When I was writing the first book, I talked to a lot of people, and I talked to a very important financier in New York, and he said he could see sometimes out his window one of Trump's buildings, and no one knew that Trump was being watched. He didn't know, but he would get out of his car and go shake hands with the cement person, the electricians. There was no advantage other than as a businessman you want to.
That's
he
right.
felt comfortable with him.
Amen.
Another person I asked him about who played golf with him, and he said, yes, he bets on all the time, and sometimes he quote unquote forgets his wallet when the bet is due. But he said, before I got angry, it wasn't very long at all after I had played with him, and we were betting on holes, and he wouldn't pay up. He would walk over to another group of caddies, Cuban Americans, and he'd come back and he wouldn't say anything. And then he got curious. And so after Trump left, he went over there, and he said he went over and gave us cash to send for our funeral, for a family member to be buried. And he said the same thing. Another person said, we went into Mar-a-Lago to eat, and all of a sudden he disappeared in the kitchen. So we didn't know what was going on. And then we found out he went into the kitchen and said, we closed the restaurant, so I have my friends over, and here's $200 for each of you, and lost tips in cash. So he has an empathy with working people. And that's why he couldn't fake that when he was those two iconic moments at McDonald's, when that Indian American guy said, I'm just ordinary. And he just out of the blue said, you are not ordinary. And then his wife said, you took a bullet. And Trump just, I think I did. And it was, I guess I did take a bullet for you. And the same thing with the garbage truck. Nobody else could do that. Romney couldn't do it. Obama couldn't do it. It had nothing to do with money. It had everything to do with attitude and ease with working people. And so that's what when I go to Stanford and I talk to people that despise him, which is most people, that is one of their greatest criticisms of it, that they feel that he has diminished the office because he has no regulations, he has no requisites, he has no restrictions on who gets to see him and the people he associates with. And so and what Trump is saying is, well, I'm sure that all the people who sold out the country with Biden from China and Ukraine and all of his cronies had ties and suits and talked like they were normal. And I'm sure that Jack Smith and all the people who went out after me were all Harvard trained, or I'm sure that Anthony Blinken with his Harvard degrees or Yale degrees who called up and cooked up the 51 intelligence, but I don't do that. I don't care. And that really resonates. So there's a natural ease, and he doesn't judge people by their resumes or their titles or their degrees, and that comes across to his advantage.
He's also
I agree with that.
And
He's very funny.
So guys, that's something that I wanted to share with you as well. So when I was growing up, the only people who really got degrees were like government bureaucrats, dentists, or lawyers. And pretty much everybody else got regular jobs. They became entrepreneurs, got a job in sales. And it was kind of like a big deal to have a degree. But now I've seen a sea change where especially Democrats are like, oh, what school did you go to? Oh, you don't have a degree? Well, if you don't have a degree, then you clearly don't know anything. And they turn their nose up to you. And that really bothers me because I think that the most intelligent people are the people who are street smart, who have common sense. And, being a blue collar guy myself, I became a lawyer with no law degree or undergrad. And I was invited into a law school after I'd already passed the baby bar. And so a law school actually waived my courses, my first year classes, and waived me into their schools. And right. Because anyways, the bottom line is I brag about the fact that I became a lawyer with no law school. And I don't brag about the fact that I earned a Juris Doctorate after I was already a practicing lawyer. But when I talk to liberals, especially Democrats, they're like, oh, you didn't go to the right law school, or, oh, you don't have an undergrad. You clearly don't know what you're talking about. And it really makes me chuckle because we didn't even have universities or anything like that until I think the late 1800s. And before that, everybody learned a trade or a skill by being mentored by someone who already knew what they were doing. And my dad would always tell me, those who can do, those who can't teach. What do you guys think about that? Tell me what your thoughts are in the comments. I'd like to know what your opinion is.
Assassination attempt. Yeah, no, I think he's hilarious. You mentioned the assassination attempt. He talked about that yesterday in the inauguration address, saying that, God had basically placed him on earth and he was able to survive that as a kind of act of providence. Maybe you can talk a bit about how that has changed Trump as a man. Do you think, is that genuine? He doesn't seem like a particularly religious person, but maybe it's genuine. But I do want to ask, this whole interview, you've been incredibly positive about Trump. And I think, again, as I said earlier, I think largely you're correct. But is there anything you're worried about in this second term? Because people have got short memories. That first term was chaotic. There were lots of problems. I know you said he's learned from his mistakes. Is there anything that concerns you? Is there anything that kind of worries you over the next 4 years?
I'm a little worried about intrinsic paradoxes in the MAGA agenda. And I'll just name two very quickly, or three. So he had this populist tax cutting, and that meant no taxes on military people, no taxes on first responders, no taxes on Social Security, no taxes on tips. You total that up, and it could total, in theory, $1 trillion. And then he says that he wants to build up the military and then extend tax cuts and maybe accentuate them. So that is predicated. That's never. So in the history of the American presidency, no president has ever been able to cut taxes and then grow the economy enough because of deregulation to get enough revenue without drastic spending. No one. Reagan failed. He had big deficits because he could not cut. So yes, that all those tax promises will work, but only if Elon can cut $2 trillion. I'm not sure he can, because the discretionary spending is only a third of the budget. And when you get on, Arnold Schwarzenegger here in California bragged that he could cut, and when the SEIU and the government employees unions went after him, they destroyed him. I mean, every night there were pictures of him with a cigar and his private jet. Doesn't care about you. The other thing is, and we talked about very in passing, is Jacksonianism is that his foreign policy, no better friend, no worse enemy, no optional military engagement, it's all based on the creation of deterrence. And that means that from time to time, he's going to have to use force, and he's going to have to be careful that he doesn't get involved and bogged down somewhere. And he's going to pick and choose where he uses force to restore deterrence. And he has to explain to his MAGA base, this is not Iraq, this is not in Afghanistan, this is not nation building. So he's got to be very careful about that. That's another problem that he has. And then in the, and we've talked about the most obvious, that as a business person, he uses the H-1 visa, but he's got people around him that, unless he can convince them, that have abused that system. Under that statute, it says if you have a bachelor's degree and if you have a skill that there's not enough Americans who possess it, then you can allow people to come in pretty much freely and get almost an entirely renewable each year green card. And what's happened in Silicon Valley is when you have people graduating from Cal State Fresno or Cal State Bakersfield with coding degrees, and they go to Silicon Valley, they're bringing people in from Taiwan, Korea, but especially India with BAs, and they're not paying them the $150,000 a year, they're paying them $70,000. And they'll, and so they're abusing that system. What it was really what it was envisioned is, we are short engineers at the PhD design level. And yet those countries do not like those PhDs to leave. They want their other people to come. And so he's going to have to tell the tech people, bringing in a lot of people with BAs and paying them almost nothing and having them almost as indentured is at our expense. So if you're going to keep that type of visa, then you're going to have to reflect its original intent, and you're going to cut it down to only people who are really rare and we don't have enough of them. And that's true. But so the immigration thing is bad. The final thing, and I'll stop, is the reason that the deportations might work in a way that it caused massive resistance in the past is this time the 12 million people who came were not from Mexico. Usually Mexico was 90%. Now it's about 50%. And so there's not, for 50% of the people from Ukraine or Russia or China or Korea, whatever they are, they don't have a constituency here of expatriates who say, this is racist, so he's going to be able to deport a lot of Venezuelans and Colombians and Guatemalans and Chinese nationals and Middle Easterners and Syrian, and nobody's going to care because they don't have a community here that's going to say this is Islamophobic, all that. But if he continues that, So he's going to get rid of the people, the 700,000 that are felons, and then he goes down to the next 1.5 million that have already gone through the system. They were already adjudicated. They should not be here. They were ordered to be deported, and they never showed up. And that 1.5 million, there'll be no problem. And then he's going to go into the next iteration, and those are people who are able-bodied, young, on public assistance and not working. No one's going to complain about that. But when he gets down to the 4th or 5th iteration, say 3 or 4 million after he's deported, he's going to get people from Mexico, a lot of them. And they're going to be some elderly, some young, but they're here because they have some kind of familial relationship. And speaking as someone in a community where it's 95% Mexican American or Mexican national or illegal alien, that's going to be a problem because a lot of those people are not just on welfare, they're working. And so what is he going to do with the people who came here illegally, who deal in cash that hurts the economy, but they're laying cement or they're driving a tractor or they're working in a meat packing plant and they're not on welfare? Because that's his future constituent. I don't know what he's going to do about that, but that's going to come very quickly. The first year of deportations will be no objection, but if he goes down, as he's going to have to, because there's 12 million of them, and then we'll see what happens.
As an historian,
yes,
what are you most looking forward to out of the Trump presidency? Because I know that he says he's going to declassify all sorts of historical files. Maybe that will be interesting to you. Is there anything from an historical perspective that you're excited about?
No country has ever really been preeminent that's insolvent. And my colleague Neil Ferguson always points out that when your interest payments are larger than your defense budget, no society continues after that threshold. So I think all of us feel there was a period, believe it or not, when Newt Gingrich and Bill Clinton balanced the budget for 4 years in a row, and we were on track. And then Obama had the Simpson Bowls. They sat down and they said, this could do it. He fired them all. Had we took that paradigm, right now we would only owe about 40% GDP. We're up to 123. So if Trump could actually cut $2 trillion and open the economy up and get an extra trillion in revenue and get close to balancing the budget or get on a trajectory where people could see, that would be an enormous achievement, and the United States would be in the position that it was after the war. So I think all of us feel that we're over-consuming, we're borrowing, and we're going to destroy that. That is a classical historian. When I look at what happened to the Athenian city-state, or happened to 4th century Rome or 15th century Byzantium, I usually look at the fiscal condition. And usually it's a matter of we had to inflate the currency, or we had to renounce public debt, or we had to appropriate private capital to pay our bills. And when you start doing that, you have no society.
You could mention the French Revolution as well,
French
sort of lead
Revolution.
up to that.
Yeah.
And I think Calvin Coolidge will be very happy with a balanced budget. Thank you very much, Victor, for joining us.
Okay, take care, Stephen.
Thank you so much for watching this video. If you enjoyed it, please like and subscribe to the GBN America YouTube channel.
All right, guys. So really quick, sorry about that little brief pause there. Hold on. All right, sorry about that, you guys. As you guys may not know this, I'm a lawyer and I practice law for a living, and I run these shows, and I'll cut in every once in a while because you guys are my friends. And sometimes I do regular live shows where I'm constantly commenting. So I just missed that little end right there. But if you guys want me to keep going and you're having a good time, and I appreciate you guys showing up today, it means a lot to me. My back is really jacked up and I haven't been able to do my lawyer workouts with you in the morning. So it's really nice to see all my friends here. I mean, we've had like almost, at one point during the show, we had almost 650 people. So that was really cool to see. And I'm hoping that the word's getting out. You know, this is a place where people with different points of view can all come and discuss things without having to call each other names and put each other down and all that stuff. That's not what Team MPE is all about. We don't want to get into ad hominem attacks and all that, guys. And as I see more of you guys showing up, good seeing you, Eddie Martinez. Good seeing you, Blue Crab Food Network, Isaiah Plummer, Cloud Sugar, Miami, Mommy Love, Rooster Cogburn says that we're muted. What? Okay. No, it's okay. Sorry. I hit that like and subscribe button. That's right. Thanks, Rooster. So guys, since we're recording in vertical, make sure to always tap that like and subscribe button in vertical. Super, super important. And also, if you want to support my channel, one of the ways you can do it is to pick up a copy of my ebook. So I wrote a book. It's a digital version of this book called My Journey to Becoming a Practicing Lawyer with No Law Degree or Undergrad. And in this book, I cover the different states that offer law study programs where you can become an attorney by studying under a lawyer or a judge and then actually take the bar exam. And if you pass the bar, you can practice law. That's how it works. And in California, they have one. That's what Kardashian's doing. Kim Kardashian. I'm one of about, I think up to the time I did it, of about 70 people who had actually done it in the history of California. But there are a few other states that have similar programs. And that was the normal way you did it prior to the advent of law schools, I think in the late 1800s. But before that, you would study under a judge or a lawyer. You'd read Blackstone's commentaries on English law. You'd learn about natural law, John Locke, Thomas Aquinas. In my opinion, it's a superior system because you're not getting the political brainwashing of the far left campus crusaders. Instead, you're actually learning how to be a lawyer. So I tried 3 cases to a jury before I even, as a certified law student, before I was a lawyer, and used to go to court all the time, take notes, help hold up the easel for the lawyer, became friends with judges, learned the system from the inside instead of from the outside in. And so I feel it's a superior system, and I cover how I did it. And I do credit the Marine Corps for the discipline because it's not easy. It's a Herculean task, but I credit the Marine Corps. So don't just think that you can just go and become a lawyer with no undergrad or anything like that. You have to have discipline and you have to learn study habits. So I had a tutor, Paul Fow from CalBar Tutorial Review, and he's become a good friend of mine, a lifelong friend, super good guy. He was a prosecutor who helped actually start Barbary and then broke off to do his own tutorial, one-on-one tutorial. And that's what I try to do here, guys. Like, so when we do these shows, I'll try to teach you, legal principles, general legal principles to help you understand the law. By the way, guys, give me a bunch of ones for Ghostman. Ghostman, I really appreciate it. I haven't gotten any super chats or membership purchases from any of my people for about a week. So look, guys, it does help support the channel. And it also helps me justify to my wife, hey, look, I'm sorry I'm spending so much time on YouTube, but people are supporting us. And if we can build the channel, honey, this could be like a full-time gig for me where I could help people and do what I feel I was called to do, which is to help make America a better place. And so that's why I have Democrats and Republicans and people who aren't all the same on my channel. And I encourage you not to call each other names and put each other down just because you have a different political point of view. I want to hear what everybody has to say. Obviously, I don't support the modern day Marxist Democrat Party. I was a conservative Democrat, and I actually left the party when they were taken over by Hussein Obama, Barry Soetoro, because I just disagree with his campus crusader mentality. Oh my gosh, thank you, Grateful Dabs. And by the way, Grateful Dabs, even if it's $1.99 super sticker or a super chat, give me a bunch of ones for Grateful Dabs for supporting Team MPE. Even if it's $1 that you guys support, it's the thought that counts. Knowing, because I don't have sponsors, I don't give endorsements generally unless it's like a really patriotic person that I care about, but I don't accept money from people to support people. And so your donations really do help me with my channel. And now with my back all screwed up, I honestly don't know how much longer I'm going to be able to, I honestly don't know how much longer I'm going to be able to keep going at my regular job. I mean, I'm going to go to the emergency room this weekend. I'm already 70% disabled from the Marine Corps, but this may be a gig where I just sit in front of a computer all day and do YouTube videos. If this keeps up, my whole left side from my butt down is almost totally paralyzed. I mean, I'm literally dragging my foot when I walk. So anything you guys want to do to support Team MPE and keep this thing going, I appreciate it. It means a lot to me. Thank you, Grateful Dabs, for supporting the channel. Now, we're not done yet, guys. Give me a bunch of ones if you want me to keep going. I've got some other videos that I want to share with you, and we can keep on having some fun. I don't even think I have any phone calls until later this afternoon. And even then, I could try to keep this going as a marathon if you guys like it. But if I start seeing the audience die down, I'll turn it off. Thanks, Salt Shaker. Thank you, Rooster. Thank you, Dawood. Thank you guys for supporting my channel. Thank you, Cloud Sugar. You look new here to me. Cloud Sugar. Let me take a look here. I'm the same. It heated me to have to vote for the last stinky pile, but it was better than the one with the horns. Well, I just, Cloud Sugar, look, the Democrat Party left me. I didn't leave them. I did support a lot of the socially liberal policies, but when they started forcing sexuality into the public schools, trying to tell boys that they were girls and girls that they're boys, trying to convince little boys that they might be gay, that's child grooming. That needs to be left up to families and parents. And, when they're old enough, look, I thought I was a butterfly when I was a little kid. And now you have some radical lefty, safe space college teacher or college grad going to a public school. It's the first place these dudes go. And notice the uptick in male teachers too, right? And they just automatically are trying to recruit little boys into their movement. That's a turnoff to me, and that's unfair. That is for parents, not look, kids are very easily influenced. You could convince a little kid that he's a mass murderer if you get enough time alone with him. Give me a bunch of ones if you guys agree. So that's a real problem for me. And that's when I decided I'm done with this whole Democrat Party gig. These guys are no longer Democrats. These guys became a bunch of weirdos, and I just can't support that. It just goes beyond everything that I know to be right and true. But anyways, let's get into birthright citizenship, because this is kind of a cool video. I'll try to fast forward it to get out of the, don't want to get infringed on here for stealing someone's music.
World generally. Those who oppose Trump are arguing that the 14th Amendment automatically grants United States citizenship to everyone born on American soil, no matter what. But is that what the 14th Amendment really says? To allow any and all of the 9 billion people on the planet, none of whom have any allegiance to the United States, to birth children on U.S. soil who then instantly become American citizens? Are we supposed to simply accept that the 14th Amendment is effectively a mechanism of national self-destruction? I think not. And I'd like to explain why by using the actual history of the 14th Amendment itself. First, what is the 14th Amendment and why does it matter in this discussion of so-called birthright citizenship? Well, the 14th Amendment includes 4 separate clauses, but only the first touches on this issue of birthright citizenship. And it reads, quote, all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. Now, factions that would benefit politically and economically from the United States becoming awash in billions of third world migrant invaders popping out offspring on American soil claim that a plain English reading of the 14th Amendment allows for precisely that kind of unlimited birthright American citizenship. So does that settle the question? Fortunately not, because our nation is not some idiotic automaton bound to abide by any language twisted to its own national destruction. Let me give you an example. Way back when Thomas Jefferson was president of the United States, he faced precisely this kind of self-destructive plain English reading dilemma. He was faced with a choice: strictly abide by some legal language at the cost of causing America enormous harm on the one hand, or acting in the interest of the nation he led, even if it meant violating the technical legal language in question on the other hand. Not being an idiotic automaton, Jefferson naturally acted in America's interest and contrary to the technical language of the law. He later wrote, quote, "A strict observance of the written law is doubtless one of the high duties of a good citizen, but it is not the highest. The laws of necessity, of self-preservation, of saving our country when in danger are of higher obligation. To lose our country by a scrupulous adherence to the written law would be to lose the law itself, with life, liberty, property, and all those who are enjoying them with us, thus absurdly sacrificing the ends to the means." In other words, the Constitution is not a national self-destruction pact. If national self-destruction would be the consequence of slavishly following a plain English reading of the Constitution. Other American political leaders have made similar pragmatic choices and acted upon them, including President Abraham Lincoln when he suspended the constitutional prerogative of habeas corpus during the Civil War. So even if the men who drafted and adopted the 14th Amendment intended it to mean that all 9 billion of the world's population, utterly lacking in any connection to America or its history or citizenry, could simply invade our nation and drop instant American citizens out of their wombs, promptly replacing America's historical and cultural population, even if that were their intent, America in 2025 would be under no moral or legal obligation to follow that policy if doing so meant the effective destruction of our nation, as it surely would, and quickly. That said, it should be obvious that the men who adopted the 14th Amendment intended nothing of the sort. They valued America as the unique political institution and cultural nation it was. They knew America was exceptional in those respects. In fact, rather humorously, during the Senate debate on the 14th Amendment, Senator Cohen emphasized that American society was deserving of preservation from the chaos of immigration from quite different foreign cultures, noting, quote, "If California was likely to be invaded by a flood of Australians or people from Borneo, man-eaters or cannibals, if you please, she would have the right to say that these people should not come there. It depends upon the inherent character of the men. Why, sir, there are nations of people with whom theft is a virtue and falsehood a merit. There are people to whom polygamy is as natural as monogamy to us. It is utterly impossible that these people can meet together and enjoy their several rights and privileges which they suppose to be natural to the same society. And it is necessary, a part of the nature of things, that society shall be more or less exclusive. It is utterly and totally impossible to mingle all the various families of men, from the lowest form of the Hottentot up to the highest Caucasian, in the same society." In other words, he's saying diversity is not only not our strength, it is societal self-destruction. And America had the obvious authority, bedded in self-preservation, to maintain its relatively homogeneous, high-trust society by both controlling immigration and constraining to whom citizenry would be recognized. Is that not equally true today? Is America better off today in 2025 than it was in, say, the 1980s or the 1990s, when we were far less culturally diverse? Food for thought, right? In any case, like every other nation on earth, America made use of the concept of citizen specifically to distinguish between people who possessed that quality and people who didn't. American citizenry wasn't simply possessed by everybody in existence, but only by a relatively few, and them for specific reasons and under specific conditions. Indeed, during consideration of the 14th Amendment, there were serious and substantive debates around the concept of American citizenship and who should possess it and under what circumstances. And that history and debate makes clear that what the adopters of the 14th Amendment were contemplating about birthright citizenship is not simply that any invader or visitor to our border could birth offspring and have that offspring qualify automatically as an American citizen. Well, you may be wondering, why does it matter what the adopters of the 14th Amendment were contemplating? We have the plain language of the 14th Amendment right there before us. Again, all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States. Can't we just read that, make our own interpretation, and be done with it? Well, the answer is no. And the reason the answer is no is because any agreement, and the legal term for an agreement between parties is what's called a contract, any agreement, in order to be morally and legally valid, requires what's called a meeting of the minds. That is, both parties have to be in substantive agreement about what the mutual terms and conditions of the agreement are, or it's unenforceable. A contract that is merely deception or manipulation or even just misunderstanding is not a contract at all. The 14th Amendment, like every amendment, like the Constitution itself, is a form of agreement by the parties who are bound to it. So what the parties to that agreement were contemplating is not just relevant, it controls the actual moral and legal scope of the agreement. To be explicit, what the adopters of the 14th Amendment were actually contemplating is more controlling on the scope of the amendment than is any later day interpretation of the amendment's language that would be inconsistent with their meeting of the minds. Context matters. Indeed, the context controls everything. So what was the context around the 14th Amendment? Well, we're lucky to have insight into this because we have records of the Senate debates around the 14th Amendment, largely captured in the congressional records of the debate from 1866, when the language of the amendment was being finalized, and 2 years before the final form of the amendment was ratified. I've included a link to the relevant congressional records in the description of today's show. Essentially, it consists of 8 pages from the Congressional Globe that all look more or less like this. And throughout this debate in 1866, it's clear that all of the parties agreed explicitly that the rule of birthright citizenship to be created by the 14th Amendment was literally not that merely being born on American soil was alone enough to gain American citizenship. At the very start of the debate, Senator Howard notes that, quote, "This 14th Amendment, which I offered, is simply declaratory of what I regard as the law of the land already, that every person born within the limits of the United States and subject to their jurisdiction is by virtue of natural law and national law a citizen of the United States." Now, this might sound like the very broad definition of birthright citizenship currently being pushed for by migrant advocates. Senator Howard, however, immediately in the next sentence follows this up by noting that not everyone born in the United States would automatically be a citizen. Quote, "This will not, of course, include persons born in the United States who are foreigners, aliens, or who belong to the families of ambassadors or foreign ministers accredited to the government of the United States." So right at the start of this debate is a recognition that someone can be born in the United States and yet still be a foreigner who would not be recognized as a citizen despite having been born in the United States. That should put to bed any claim that merely being born on American soil makes one an American citizen. Now, that quote of Senator Howard has been widely making the rounds on social media and would seem to settle this question of whether or not being born in the United States is alone sufficient for citizenship. Clearly, Senator Howard says it's not. When I saw that particular quote, however, I wanted to make sure it wasn't being taken out of context. After all, that's only one paragraph from one senator, and there are a total of 8 pages of record involving numerous senators. So I did the reasonable thing and carefully read all 8 pages of the 14th Amendment debate to see if there was any substantive disagreement, even a scintilla of disagreement, with the proposition that birthright citizenship would obviously be restricted only to particular classes of people, and that simply being born in the United States by itself was not sufficient. It was undisputed in the 1866 debate that up to this point in American history, merely being born on American soil was not enough to make one a citizen. Senator Cohen in the debate said, quote, "It is perfectly clear that the mere fact that a man is born in the country has not heretofore entitled him to the right to exercise political power of citizenship." So merely being born on American soil was not enough to be deemed an American citizen. Something more than that is required. And in fact, the 14th Amendment recognizes this and includes the additional condition, in addition to being born in the United States, of and subject to the jurisdiction thereof. Remember, the 14th Amendment reads, "All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States. Now, modern advocates for broad birthright American citizenship for the whole world argue that this condition of subject to the jurisdiction thereof simply applies to everybody within the borders of the U.S. After all, anybody in the U.S. of any status is obliged to obey the laws of the United States. They can be brought before a United States court and so forth. Much like any of us visiting France would be subject to the jurisdiction of France. But it should be obvious that subject to the jurisdiction thereof, as used in the 14th Amendment, has to mean something more than simply being obliged to obey American laws because you're within America's borders. Because if that's all it meant, the phrase, and subject to the jurisdiction thereof, would simply be redundant with the first requirement of having been born in the United States. When you're born in the United States, well, you're physically present in the United States and are already obliged to obey American laws. The only logical reason to add the additional phrase, and subject to the jurisdiction thereof, to the phrase born in the United States, is if, and subject to the jurisdiction thereof, means something more, and in addition to merely being obliged to obey American laws. As a matter of basic legislative interpretation, it is assumed that every part of a law is present intentionally and for purpose, and is not merely redundant. Fortunately, we don't have to wonder about whether the 14th Amendment requirement of and subject to the jurisdiction thereof means simply having to obey the law, because the debate makes instantly clear that it means much more in the context of birthright citizenship. In fact and law, it was understood and agreed in those debates that and subject to the jurisdiction thereof meant and subject to the complete jurisdiction thereof, with no allegiance to any other foreign nation. As described by Senator Trumbull, quote, "The provision of the 14th Amendment is that all persons born in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens. That means subject to the complete jurisdiction thereof." What do we mean by subject to the jurisdiction of the United States? Not owing allegiance to anybody else. That is what it means. Now, that means that anyone who has a citizenship allegiance to any other nation, by definition, does not qualify under the condition of and subject to the jurisdiction thereof of the 14th Amendment for purposes of birthright citizenship, because a foreign national is also subject to the jurisdiction of their home nation and not completely to the United States. And again, this discussion would not even have occurred if simply being born in the United States alone automatically qualified as being subject to the jurisdiction thereof for Fourth Amendment purposes of citizenship. After all, the entire discussion is framed in the context of born in the United States already. In speaking of the Native American Indians, Senator Trumbull noted, quote, "It cannot be said of any Indian who owes allegiance, partial allegiance, if you please, to some other government, his tribe, that he is subject to the jurisdiction of the United States." He also said, quote, "It is only those persons who come completely within our jurisdiction that we think of making citizens." Quote, "I have already replied to the suggestion as to the Indians being subject to our jurisdiction. They, members of tribes, are not subject to our jurisdiction in the sense of owing allegiance solely to the United States. They would not be embraced by this provision of birthright citizenship of the 14th Amendment." Senator Johnson, in the same debate, noted, quote, "Now, all this amendment provides is that all persons born in the United States and not subject to some foreign power," for that, no doubt, is the meaning of the committee who have brought this matter before us, "shall be considered as citizens of the United States." This makes explicit that it is possible to be born in the United States and be subject to some foreign power, or none of this would need to be discussed. Senator Howard, in the same debate, noted, quote, "I concur entirely with the honorable senator from Illinois in holding that the word jurisdiction, as here employed for purposes of citizenship, ought to be construed as to imply a full and complete jurisdiction on the part of the United States. Certainly, gentlemen cannot contend that an Indian belonging to a tribe, meaning owing allegiance to some other national power, although born within the limits of a state, is subject to this full and complete jurisdiction for purposes of citizenship. That question has long since been adjudicated so far as the usage of the government is concerned. And Senator Williams in the same debate noted, in one sense, all persons within the geographical limits of the United States are subject to the jurisdiction of the United States, but they are not subject to the jurisdiction of the United States in every sense. Take the child of an ambassador. In one sense, that child born in the United States is subject to the jurisdiction of the United States because if that child commits the crime of murder or commits any other crime against the laws of the country, to a certain extent, he is subject to the jurisdiction of the United States, but not in every respect. I understand the words here, subject to the jurisdiction of the United States, to mean fully and completely subject to the jurisdiction of the United States. And Senator Salisbury in the same debate made clear that the purpose of the 14th Amendment was to make citizens of the freed slaves and not to make citizens of others born on American soil who have allegiance to other sovereign powers. He argued, quote, I do not presume that anyone will pretend to disguise the fact that the object of this section, birthright citizenship, is simply to declare that freed slaves shall be citizens of the United States. There can be no other object in it. In fact, it's uncontested that the primary driver behind the 14th Amendment, passed alongside the other civil rights amendments following the Civil War to end slavery, was to provide citizenship to the millions of freed slaves who would otherwise have been left stateless and without any citizenship whatever. This rationale obviously does not apply to people who already possess citizenship to some foreign power, as the Native Americans did to their tribes, and as immigrants from foreign nations did to their home nations. It's notable that this Senator Salisbury is the only participant in the debate who makes any suggestion favorable to making even Native American citizens, noting later that, quote, if these freed slaves are to be made citizens of the United States, I can see no reason in justice or in right why the Indians should not be made citizens. If our citizens are to be increased in this wholesale manner, I cannot turn my back upon that persecuted race. Now, note that this consideration is specifically to Native Americans who were present in America for thousands of years before the settlers arrived, and with whom the Americans had already had a long coexisting relationship. This consideration was explicitly not extended to the world at large. So at this point, I've covered all 8 pages of the 14th Amendment Senate debate as recorded in the congressional record. And in every instance in which the question of birthright citizenship was discussed, the following were uncontested and represent the true meaning of the minds and the genuine meaning of the 14th Amendment statement that people born in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are American citizens. First, merely being born in the United States alone is not sufficient for American citizenship. You also have to be subject to the jurisdiction thereof. Second, being subject to the jurisdiction thereof of the United States for 14th Amendment purposes means being exclusively subject to the complete jurisdiction of the United States and the absence of any foreign citizenship or allegiance. Third, the offspring of parents with an allegiance to a foreign power presumptively inherit their parents' foreign allegiance. Fourth, and in conclusion, offspring born with an inherited allegiance to a foreign power are not, for 14th Amendment purposes, subject to the complete jurisdiction of the United States and do not qualify for birthright citizenship, even if born in the United States. So that's it, folks. Case closed. The notion that the 14th Amendment was intended to provide instant American citizenship even to the offspring of citizens of foreign nations or people who illegally invaded American soil, merely because those offspring were born in the United States, is utterly unsupported by the history of the 14th Amendment itself and is trash, trash, trash. And I expect that's how a rational Supreme Court, when faced with this question, will resolve that matter. Now, I should mention that it's possible that the offspring of citizens of foreign nations who have been granted permanent residency in the United States, green card status, as opposed to temporary visa holders or illegal invaders, that permanent residents would be treated more favorably in terms of birthright citizenship. This was the successful argument made in the 1898 Supreme Court decision of U.S. v. Wong Kim Ark, a 7-2 decision of the Supreme Court. But that would be a matter of public policy preference, not a requirement of the 14th Amendment birthright citizenship. So it's really a topic for another day. I'll also note that the 7 justices who voted for birthright citizenship for children born to non-citizen permanent residents in that 1898 case of Wong Kim Ark, those were the same justices who voted in the majority decision of the infamous 1896 case of Plessy v. Ferguson that established racial, separate but equal education, bus seating, water fountains, and much else as the law of the land until Plessy was reversed in 1954. So perhaps that panel of 7 justices is not the most difficult to reverse in the history of the Supreme Court. Finally, I'll note that much of the...
Really quickly, by the way, guys, how ironic that Plessy v. Ferguson gets reversed, which basically says that races aren't supposed to be separate. We're supposed to be a colorblind society, right? Like before with Plessy, races were supposed to be segregated. How ironic that the ADL, Southern Poverty Law Center, college professors, and public school teachers are trying to separate people based on race modernly. Like the modern Democrat Party is all about DEI. Oh, well, we need to make sure to promote people based on race, make sure to put people in positions of authority, not based on their qualifications, but based on their race. How ironic that is, right? Like the judo move that the far left has done to basically discriminate against white people in the name of making things fair, in the name of equity. That's what the Democrats call it. Another reason why most people, like most of my Hispanic friends, left the Democrat Party, because they understand that it's going to come back to hurt you too. If you discriminate against someone based upon their race and put them in authority over someone who's more qualified, that creates bad blood. And my Latino friends, because I used to be a contractor, it's all about merit, man. It's like, hey man, is this supervisor, does he know what he's doing? Like, are you sure you can pour concrete better than me? Are you sure you can throw up sticks faster than me? Then you should not be my supervisor, right? And so that's kind of the way it works in that culture. And I get it, because that's sort of the culture I grew up in, being in the construction work. So I just thought it was pretty ironic that Plessy v. Ferguson has sort of done a judo move, and now it's the acceptable way to behave if you're a West Sider, a banker, BlackRock billionaire. It's all about discriminating mainly against white males in order to somehow make up for the sins of the past, the imaginary sins of the past of the offspring, punishing the offspring of the so-called slave master, right? Like punishing the child for the sins of the father. Another reason why I think the left doesn't support the Bible, because the value system that it teaches goes against their philosophy, which is punish people based on race or their gender, right? Make sure that you promote people, even if they're not qualified, so you can be diverse and equitable. What do you guys think? Give me a bunch of ones if you agree with me. Give me a bunch of twos if you think that I'm off base. I want to hear what your opinion is. All right, let's get back into it, guys. Here we go. Can't wait to see the comments, though.
Loudest screaming I'm hearing about Trump's clarification of 14th Amendment birthright American citizenship is coming from the many tens of thousands of Indians, Asian Indians, present in the U.S. on temporary H-1B and student visas, who mistakenly believe that their children born in the United States automatically qualified as American citizens. I'll note that under the laws of their own nation, India, people born in India do not qualify as Indian citizens unless at least one parent is also an Indian citizen. And now you know the rest of the story. All right, folks, that's all I have for you on this topic. Hopefully this settles this question. Until we meet again, I'll remind all of you that if you carry a gun so you're hard to kill, that's why I carry a gun, so I'm hard to kill, so my family is hard to kill.
Amen.
Then you also owe it to yourself to know the law so you're hard to convict as well.
That's right. Know the law and mean to keep it well, like Thomas Aquinas would say. So I hope you guys like that one. And let's get into the Kinetic Customs. Good seeing you, bro. Super happy to have all you guys. So I've got, okay, so my next video, hopefully you guys are liking my programming so far. I'm just trying to give you guys fun stuff to watch. So as you guys know, I'm a big time supporter of the 10th Amendment Center. So let's let Mike over at the 10th Amendment Center talk to you a little bit about federalism. For all you public school people who were brainwashed on Marxist college campuses and stuff, now you get to learn a little bit about the history that was kept from you. So that's another reason why people come to my show, so they can learn about things that they should have been taught in grade school. So let's get into this one. So this is my buddy Mike Bolden, super good guy, 10th Amendment Center, amazing jurist, amazing legal historian. Please take some time to hear what he's got to say. I'd like to hear what your comments are. Let's keep going.
The existence of their liberties will soon be terminated. That's what Elbridge Gerry warned we'd get under the Constitution without significant amendments addressing centralization of power and things like, well, the necessary and proper clause. He was actually one of the most active delegates to the Philadelphia Convention in 1787, but he refused to sign the Constitution. Just one of three who didn't sign because they opposed it. And shortly after the convention was over, he wrote a letter outlining his objections to ratification, and it ended up being circulated pretty widely and became a highly influential anti-federalist essay. So on this episode, we're going to go through his top warnings and objections and insights, and I think they are just as relevant today as they were back then. But first of all, before getting to that, welcome and thank you for joining me here on the Path to Liberty. My name is Michael Bolden with the 10th Amendment Center, and this is the show for Friday, January 24th, 2025. Let's kick it off with a brand new article here by Mike Meharry. We just published it this morning. He points out that about a month after the Philadelphia Convention, Gerry sent a quick point here. A lot of people think it's Elbridge Gerry. I did for many years. I learned in the last few years that it's actually Gary. That's how it was pronounced. So Gerry sent a letter to the president of the Massachusetts Senate and the Speaker of the House, briefly outlining his objections to the proposed Constitution. He said it was painful for me to differ from the respectable members who signed the Constitution, but he still insisted that because the liberties of America were not secured by this system, it was my duty to oppose it. And again, he was one of three who didn't sign the Constitution at the Philadelphia Convention because he opposed what they came up with there. This was along with George Mason and Edmund Randolph. Now, Gerry highlighted a number in his letter to the Massachusetts legislature. This is October 18, 1787. It'll be linked to in the show notes that Alan Mosley will get organized. I'll get it published over at 10thamendmentcenter.com/path-to-liberty. A couple of hours after this live stream is done. But he highlighted a number of specific reasons in this letter to the Massachusetts legislature for his opposition to ratification. And that included this, for example. I'm going to go through some of the highlights. The executive, he said, is blended with and will have an undue influence over the legislature. If you really want to set up a system of co-equal branches, you don't want to have any branch having undue influence of the other. So Gerry was concerned, even though he was on the anti-federalist side, he certainly was on the side of bigger government, certainly than some of the other more radical anti-federalist people like Patrick Henry. But he was concerned about executive power and mixing of power between branches because, like everyone else in the founding generation, he was an adherent of the views of the celebrated Montesquieu. The Spirit of the Laws, written in 1748, the only debate was how to apply them. Federalists and anti-federalists alike cited the exact same passages. Here, for example, from Montesquieu, when the legislative and executive powers are united in the same person or in the same body of magistrates, there can be no liberty, because apprehensions may arise lest the same monarch or senate should enact tyrannical laws to execute them in a tyrannical manner. Sounds pretty familiar, doesn't it? The TLDR is the people who execute laws should have no say or no involvement in the creating of them or the making of them. Gerry went on with this. He predicted that the judicial department will be oppressive. And that's, back then, as they were just considered the proposed Constitution, the judiciary had nowhere close to the amount of power that it does today. In essence, it's become what Thomas Jefferson warned it would be, a tool of consolidation and centralization. In essence, really an oligarchy, but that's a different episode. Gary was very concerned about this, and at the Philadelphia Convention, he repeatedly warned about the potential for corruption in the judiciary, corrupt judges. Here, for example, on June 6, 1787, Mr. Gary thought the executive, whilst standing alone, would be more impartial than when he could be covered by the sanction and seduced by the sophistry of the judges. He thought the judicial branch would also give cover to the executive branch, allowing the executive to be more powerful and more corrupt. And I think he relatively called that one pretty well. And on September 12th, he urged the necessity of juries to guard against corrupt judges. The notion of having corrupt judges was very much on Elbridge Gerry's mind throughout the Philadelphia Convention, and that ended up in his objections in his letter to the Massachusetts legislature. Now, back to that, he was concerned also about ambiguous powers. Many of the anti-federalists were concerned that things weren't well defined, things like, well, general welfare and necessary and proper. And he said some of the powers of the legislature are ambiguous and others are indefinite and dangerous. Now, he was so concerned about this particular aspect of the proposed Constitution at that time that in the closing days of the Philadelphia Convention, this is September 15th, we know we celebrate Constitution Day these days, September 17th, that was the last day. In the closing days of the convention on the 15th, he even said that he basically set aside all of his objections if three things were addressed. Primarily, well, he didn't like the ability to raise armies and money without limit. He was concerned about jury trial, but also this, the general power of the legislature to make what laws they may please to call necessary and proper. And it didn't matter how much you could explain what the necessary and proper clause meant, the legal doctrine of principles and incidents. He understood, I think, in practice over time, he was warning that the legislature would just make whatever they thought was necessary and what they thought was proper. And this is even years before Alexander Hamilton then suddenly flipped the switch and said, well, necessary doesn't mean necessary. It just means convenient or conducive to. And Justice John Marshall adopted that as well. So that made it even worse. So in essence, Gary's warning about what they consider necessary and proper really came true, because what the people in power considered necessary really was just whatever was convenient for them to exercise the powers that they wanted to exercise. So he was very concerned about vague, indefinite, and potentially unlimited powers. And as Mike Meharry points out, he also said that he took the position that there was no adequate provision for a representation of the people. He thought that representation was too small, both in the House and in the Senate. And Mike says, as many other anti-federalists before and after him argued, the relatively small size of the legislature, particularly the Senate, would not reflect the will of the people. And one of the ways that Gary thought that the small size specifically of the Senate would be problematic was through the treaty power. Because if they're going to make these supreme law of the land treaties, and they can do it with just a quorum, that's not a real big number of people making decisions for potentially millions and millions. And here he is back to his objections. Treaties, he said, of the highest importance may be formed by the president with the advice of 2/3 of a quorum of the Senate. And we can see here in the Philadelphia Convention, he also reiterated his concern about the small number of people involved in making treaties that would become the supreme law of the land. Mr. Gary, this is on September 8th. Enlarged on the danger of putting the essential rights of the Union in the hands of so small number as a majority of the Senate, representing perhaps not 1/5 of the people. The Senate, he said, will be corrupted by foreign influence. He just removed the word by, and I think he really called that one. Now, putting it all together, even though he was in favor of a stronger federal or general government, he certainly was on the side not fully to the side of the nationalists like Hamilton or the Virginia Plan supporters early on, Madison and Randolph. And he certainly wasn't on this going all the way the other direction, like Patrick Henry later on in the ratification debates. He was kind of a middle ground kind of guy, but he certainly wanted to see more energy, more power in a general government. So he wasn't an Articles of Confederation guy, we'll put it that way. But he still felt that they went too far and created, instead of a federal system, he took the position that they created a national system. And he said here in his objections, or in his letter to Massachusetts, he said, the Constitution proposed has few, if any, federal features, but is rather a system of national government. Basically, the Hamiltonian approach. And he discussed this type of thing as well at the Philadelphia Convention, August 23rd. He said, the way you're approaching this is to treat it as if the state governments don't even exist. Very similar to how Luther Martin made his case in Maryland as well. He said, let us at once destroy the state governments, have an executive for life or hereditary, and a proper Senate. And then there would be some consistency in giving full powers to the general government. Mind you, on June, I think it was 18th, Hamilton gave a really long multi-hour speech where he wasn't allowed to technically propose this type of thing, but he discussed some of his goals. And one of them was, in essence, let's have an executive for life. Let's get rid of the state governments if we can. I know people probably won't like them like that. So if we can't, we'll just keep them there kind of symbolically. And so there were people that were pushing this type of thing. And Gary, I think, was using a little sarcasm here in these debates, saying like, okay, let's do all this. But he said, but as the states are not to be abolished, he wondered at the attempts that were made to give powers inconsistent with their existence, acting like you're creating one nationalized blob with no states, but they still exist. That's going to create problems. He said he warned the convention. This is the kind of problem he predicted. He warned the convention against pushing the experiment too far. Some people will support a plan of vigorous government. Energetic government is another way they described it, at every risk. Others of a more democratic cast will oppose it with equal determination, and a civil war may be produced by the conflict. So what Elbridge Gerry predicted was, if you try to create too much power, try to give too much centralized power, and you're going to have some people that are going to love that, and other people are going to say, well, that's just too far, and eventually it's going to create a conflict, a civil war. So that was August 23rd, 1787. Now back to his objections letter of October 18th. He still said, even though he saw that it wasn't really a federal system, but a national one, he's like, well, if we get some amendments, I can deal with it. He said, nevertheless, in many respects, I still think it has great merit, and by proper amendments may be adapted to the exigencies of government and the preservation of liberty. And he certainly worked hard to get a Bill of Rights. This was one of his big concerns. And even back at the Philadelphia Convention, again, in the last days, September 12th, 1787, he was actually the guy who made the motion at the Philadelphia Convention, at the urging of George Mason, as we'll see here in just a moment, to actually draft the Bill of Rights before they signed the document. And this is one of the things that he said, like, okay, if we get some of these amendments, I'd be okay with it. So here from Colonel Mason, again, September 12th, Colonel Mason wished the plan had been prefaced with a Bill of Rights and would second a motion if made for the purpose. It would give great quiet to the people, and with the aid of the state declarations, a bill, and Colonel Mason certainly knew how to do this because he had drafted the Virginia Declaration of Rights. And he said a bill might be prepared in a few hours. And right after that, Elbridge Gerry rose and said he concurred in the idea and made the motion for a committee to prepare a Bill of Rights. Well, in response to that, these were the only two guys that were really kind of pushing for this at this late stage. But he said, so they made the motion, Mason seconded it, and they took it for a vote. And everybody voted no, except Massachusetts, where Elbridge Gerry was from. They abstained. So it was unanimous no on a Bill of Rights. And then they had all these fights and debates over it and ended up with it anyways. If they just would have listened in the first place, maybe they would have had fewer problems. Now, back to Mike Meharry, said, although he supported the idea of a stronger central government and actually pushed for it during the Philadelphia Convention, stronger than under the Articles of Confederation, but not as strong as what Madison and Randolph were proposing, not as strong, even the next level, as people probably like Morris and Hamilton were pushing for. Gary refused to sign the Constitution due to its lack of a Bill of Rights and what he viewed as an overly centralized structure that he feared undermined reserved state powers. Gary continued his opposition through the ratification debates, which raised the ire of the Constitution supporters. Now, Mike Meharry's article goes into much more detail on the Federalist attacks. I mean, Gary was a big government anti-Federalist in comparison to many of the others, and they still went nuts on him. And so he had a lot of back and forth, and he was treated kind of poorly as well. So Mike says, despite these public and sometimes personal attacks, he stood firm in his belief that unity should not come at the expense of overreaching power and the erosion of individual liberty. Here's how he described it in a letter to James Warren. This is also October 18, 1787. He said, my opinion with respect to the proposed Constitution is that if adopted, it will lay the foundation of a government of force and fraud. The people will bleed with taxes at every pore, and the existence of all their liberties will soon be terminated. Now, if we truly want to understand the limits of the Constitution, it's absolutely essential to not just read the Federalist Papers, not just read the Constitution, but understand the context of the debates and how people were explaining things back and forth. And we can take sides if we want to, or we can learn from everyone. And no one covers the anti-Federalist side more regularly and more consistently than here at the 10th Amendment Center. We work hard every single day to get this kind of essential foundational information, this important history out to more and more people. And nothing helps us do this work more than the financial faith and support of our members. If you support our efforts and you want to help us reach and teach more people, please consider joining us as a member today. If you got a couple of bucks of that dirty government fiat that keeps devaluing quickly, our membership program starts out at just $2 a month. You can join us over at 10thamendmentcenter.com/members. It's all spelled out, 10thamendmentcenter.com/members. We also have annual, 5-year, and lifetime options. You can make a one-time gift over at 10thamendmentcenter.com/donate. No pressure, and I won't belabor the point, but any consideration you can give to supporting us financially today, I'd be very, very grateful. You can also help us spread the word by leaving reviews on the podcast platforms like Apple and others, hitting the like button on the video platforms, leaving comments in the archive. The amount of watch time, especially on YouTube, the more time you actually watch the video, even if you have it playing in the background, the more likely the algorithm will show it to more people. Subscribe, get notifications, all that stuff. I'm really grateful for you spending some of your time with me today. I hope you enjoyed this episode. I hope it made you think. I hope you learned something. That's more important than anything. I hope you have an awesome weekend, and I look forward to seeing you next week here on the...
Yeah, man. So that's my buddy Michael Bolden over at the 10th Amendment Center. Let me drop a link to this video, and then you guys can make sure to like and subscribe to his channel. Hold on one second, guys. I know that people sort of lose interest on my channel because he's not a Victor David, but he's a really great lecturer. And for all you people who really want to learn about your unalienable rights and natural law, he's a super guy to watch and listen to. So guys, do you want me to keep going? I have another really super video from Victor David Hanson, which I think is really awesome. If you guys are interested, I can keep going. I just need to make sure you guys want me to, because I don't want to waste your time. You know what I mean? Like for me, I'm doing this from work. So I'm playing this in the background and putting you on mute so you guys can have fun on the channel, because right, Mia Stero, that's right. Because there's not a lot of guys out there who provide really educational material. And then I'm a real lawyer with over 20 years experience, and I have a lot of experience in civil rights, constitutional law. Part of my law firm is comprised of Second Amendment rights law. And so although it's not a big money maker, it's one of my passions. And so I use the money that I make, or at least some of the proceeds from catastrophic injury cases, and even the super chats and book purchases. When you guys buy a copy of my book, here, I'm going to give myself a plug again. When you guys buy a copy of my book, the digital version of this book, My Journey to Becoming a Practicing Lawyer with No Law Degree or Undergrad, I use those proceeds to help me market and help get Second Amendment rights cases and stuff. And Alan Beck is with my firm. We do the fire damage cases as well as Second Amendment rights cases. And as a matter of fact, guys, so tomorrow, Dick Heller from DC versus Heller, the seminal case on Second Amendment rights, he's going to be staying at my house for a couple days. And I'm going to make a really good faith effort to do some lives with Dick Heller, where I interview him and we go into his history, the history of DC v. Heller. And hopefully we can get some support for the Heller Foundation. And I'm going to be talking to him about the future of the foundation when he ultimately passes on, so we can keep it going, because I love the guy. He's a really good guy. Give me a bunch of ones for Dick Heller for getting DC versus Heller out there and basically saving our Second Amendment from the Democrats, who were doing everything they could to destroy it. So he's an amazing guy, and we'll have a really good conversation with him tomorrow. But give me a bunch of ones if you guys want me to keep going and do this next Victor Davis Hanson video. This next one is called Why Trump Won. And it's just a really, really interesting insights. I really like the way he talks. I think he's okay. Looks like we got a bunch of ones. Let's do it. Let's get into the next video, and hopefully I can keep going for a while. Again, thanks for the super chats and likes. If you want to buy a copy of my book to help support the channel, just go to my YouTube page and drop down the description, and there's a PayPal link there. And any of you guys in the chat, what's the matter, any of you guys who can drop my link in there. For people who want to buy a copy of the book, I talk about how to become a lawyer with no law degree or undergrad, the different states that have similar programs that I was on, and how to find a lawyer to study under. My journey from being a contractor, a builder, and being a sales dude, and how I ended up ultimately becoming an attorney, recovering over $300 million now so far for my clients and running, and also helping a lot of people get out of jail who were falsely convicted, and doing a lot of really great things for civil rights, especially the Second Amendment. So I appreciate you guys supporting my channel. It really means a lot to me. Let's keep it going, guys. Here we go.
They didn't care about the middle class, and they kept telling them, you're mistaken. The border is secure, Mr. Mayorkas said. Inflation is moderate, Kamala Harris said. Bidenomics is working. People abroad have never been more impressed with the United States. It was all a lie. And the people finally just waited and did their time. And they said, we can't take this anymore. We're going to send a message no matter what you've said. Now we're facing a situation where the left is openly saying, well, we may have lost the election, but maybe Fannie Willis or Letitia James or Alvin Bragg or Jack Smith can put him in jail. This will not be a majority like 2017 when he came in. And there were sizable numbers of never-Trumpers among the Republican ranks, McCain being one of them. But there is no John McCain, there is no Bob Corker, there is no Jeff Flake in the Senate, there is no Adam Kinzinger type, there is no Liz Cheney in the House. The people who are in the majority now are strong supporters to the person of Donald Trump. Black males who did, or that the Senate, they were in a complete bubble. It was garbage. The occasional crudity of Donald Trump was almost a mechanism in their desperation that was necessary to get the attention of the elites. In other words, they wanted somebody who wouldn't equivocate and didn't come from that milieu. And so they were really saying, your agenda has no support, and yet you're ramming it down our throats, and you won't listen to us. And you make fun of us. You call us garbage, deplorables, irredeemables, clingers, chumps, dregs. These are all pejoratives that Biden and Obama and the Clintons have used. And you forced us to do this, but we have now a champion, and he's going to cut through all of this and remind you that we run the country and not Hollywood or the institutions or academia in Silicon Valley. And so they were in a complete bubble about what this earthquake was about to hit them, or this storm. Everybody could see it. I think some of them saw it, but the media felt in the last 72 hours, maybe, or 4 days, if they rigged a poll in Iowa, or they said that it was dead even, or that the Senate was going to be held by the Democrats, that would either get people to the polls, or it would raise money or create momentum. But John, there were so many indicators that would prove what Mr. Kelly said, that the registrations were an all-time high for Republicans. They had gained 600,000 registrations since the last time they contested Pennsylvania in 2020. They had been completely dumbfounded in 2020 on non-election day balloting, and yet they had more people non-election day ballot. They mastered the art of early and mail-in balloting than the Democrats did. They got almost 25% of Black males that really, and then that wasn't really the key statistic. Black males who did not vote for Donald Trump stayed home. And so these big centers that they count on to swarm rural areas in Detroit, Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, were not there in sufficient numbers. They said there was a female gap and that Donald Trump was a sexist and he had alienated women. He got, in many states, he got more suburban white women than did Harris. The Hispanic vote, and we talked about that. I had never seen and I live in a Mexican-American community, overwhelmingly so, but I had not talked to a Mexican-American over the age of 40, male, who was going to vote for Kamala Harris. And that had not been true in 2016. They even had the Amish going out. They worked the Arab American Muslim vote. They split the Jewish vote, which usually is 70-30. All of that was known to the pollsters and to the media, and yet they kept telling us that Donald Trump was dumbfounded by Saturday Night Live, that Donald Trump had threatened to kill Liz Cheney, that Donald Trump wanted to kill the media, and they didn't. Everybody got sick of them. They didn't like to be lectured to, and they knew what was going to happen. Everybody that I knew from the middle classes thought Donald Trump was going to win, and I could feel it.
Victor, the reality is it looks to be the case from here. All the money, all the celebrities, all the so-called influencers, most of the media were absolutely one-sided and painting Trump as a threat to democracy. This is surely actually, in the end, a win for democracy because people saw through it all. They're not the mugs that the elites take them to be.
No, they, as you say, they had academia, Hollywood, entertainment, the celebrities, the money, Wall Street, the foundations. All they lacked was the people, because their agenda, they had lied to the American people. They had said Donald Trump was a disruptor, a disuniter, and we, under old Joe Biden from Scranton in 2020, will unite the country under moderation. And that was a complete lie. They used him as a vessel, an empty vessel, for an Obama extreme agenda of open borders with no health or background checks, 12 million illegal aliens, uninhabitable downtown of our major cities. They were overridden with crime, an attack on fossil fuels, nuclear power, a disastrous foreign policy that you could define it by the Afghanistan debacle, or the two wars in Ukraine and the Middle East, or the Chinese balloon, or China's threat to Taiwan. In addition to that, at a time when the supply chains were still stagnant, consumer demand was ascending at astronomical levels after the COVID lockdown, they printed money. And so they put fake dollars in the hands of consumers when they couldn't get goods, and the result was 9% inflation and hyperinflation, 30% in total of staples and food, insurance, rent. So they didn't care about the middle class, and they kept telling them, you're mistaken. The border is secure, Mr. Mayorkas said. Inflation is moderate, Kamala Harris said. Bidenomics is working. People abroad have never been more impressed with the United. It was all a lie. And the people finally just waited and did their time. And they said, we can't take this anymore. We're going to send a message no matter what you've said. But I don't think over there you wouldn't get a sense of the unreality where you would talk to people and they really, really did believe they were going to turn on their TV sets because the New York Times Siena poll or Nate Silver said that the Washington Post poll had been rehabilitated, or the Quinnipiac poll. They showed it was dead and even, or Harris was ahead in the popular vote, or Pennsylvania was a sure thing, or Ted Cruz was only 2 points ahead, or Iowa was 3 points, and it was all completely bogus. There was no factual basis, no data for any of it. It was just a mechanism of massaging the outcome.
Did you see yourself or imagine such a decisive victory?
Did I imagine the victory?
Such a decisive victory, yes.
Yeah, I thought he had a good chance of winning the popular vote, just because if you have a Republican candidate, and the way it works here, as you know, they lose the urban areas and the minority votes, and they count on the rural areas. And under the Obama massaging, those urban areas had reached such a, when Obama ran in 2012 against Romney for re-election, he won one precinct in Philadelphia, very dubiously so, 30,000 to 1. How can you ever make that up? When you hear that Donald Trump was going to get half of the Latino vote, or he was going to get 25% of the black vote, or he was going to get union people, or the United Auto Workers, or the Teamsters. No, that hasn't happened here. And this was a man that they said was racist and polarizing and hateful. And then when you saw that suburban white women were going over him at the time we were told all they care about is abortion on demand. Yeah, you can see that he had made inroads, and you had to superimpose that fact on the reality that unlike a Bob Dole or Mitt Romney or John McCain, he had a fanatical base in rural and small town America. And I mean, fanatical is defined by they would do anything to vote for him. If there's a hurricane in rural North Carolina, it didn't matter. They were going to get out and win him that state. Nobody had ever seen such loyalty by these irredeemables. These were the people of East Palestine, Ohio, that the administration completely ignored when they had a toxic fume. These were the people that were in the hurricane damage that they were very tardy in helping. And so I think it's a very good lesson because it's democracy and representative democracy in its best form. You know what is another irony? We were told, John, that with the National Voters Compact that the blue states were only 61 votes short of getting rid of the Electoral College, which has a lot of constitutional protections in it and has a long history of utility for both sides. And these state legislatures had voted to go around the amendment process, which they could never do. You need 2/3 of Congress, 3/4 of the state, and just have the states adhere to the national vote and reject the state vote because they were sure they were going to win the national vote, and they had won every national vote since 2004 for 20 years, and a Republican hadn't gotten 51% of the majority vote since 1988. And guess what? Donald Trump was the first person in 20 years on the Republican side to win the popular vote. He will probably be the first Republican since 1988 to win 51% of the popular vote. And all the states that swore and passed legislation, they would unconstitutionally reflect the national vote. They're not doing it. California is pledging all of its electors to Harris, who won the state, as as they should. So the more that the aftermath is really making the left look pretty bad.
Trump moved quite quickly in his acceptance speech, victory speech, whatever you might choose to call it, to say that he would seek to heal America, given that he may, in fact, have secured that first majority vote for so long and so forth. Is he in a position to do so? You know, America looks so bifurcated, so at war with itself. I mean, the constant calling on him as a fascist, I have to say,
he is.
People apparently don't know what the word means.
No. You must remember that after 2016, he and Hillary, she was calling him a Russian agent, and he was calling her Crooked Hillary. Everybody thought that given she had destroyed 30,000 emails and the devices upon them, and they were under subpoena, that he would have the DOJ go after her. And what did he say? The first thing he said, she's suffered enough. People went to him and said, you've got to fire James Comey, the director of the FBI. He tried to sabotage. I'm not going to do that. He never did any of that. But how can he heal the country when Letitia James, a prosecutor in New York who tried to bankrupt him, has said that she's going to press down? How can you do when Alvin Bragg at the end of the month is going to try to put him in jail? And Jack Smith has re-indicted him, a federal prosecutor, for all of these were minor matters that no other prosecutor would have picked up. They've never done it against an ex-president. And now we're facing a situation where the left is openly saying, well, we may have lost the election, but maybe Fannie Willis or Letitia James or Alvin Bragg or Jack Smith can put him in jail. And that would cause a constitutional crisis. Two people tried to shoot him. People are very afraid of his health in the next 90 days until he takes power. Everybody had heard a new Kamala Harris that had rejected 30 years of her very radical socialist agendas to be palatable. But everybody now is so cynical. They know that when she has 90 days left on her vice presidential tenure, she'll just revert back to what she was before the campaign. And so the hostility is coming from the left. And it's always been that way in this cycle of politics that we've seen. There's something about Donald Trump that, and you see it in your country, you see it in Europe, among wealthy elites, educated elites. They feel that he should not represent them, even though he is constitutionally won that privilege of representing them. They still don't want him to be represented by him.
It's a very patronizing attitude towards
it is
democracy and the people's real right to choose their leader, I have to say. So I would have thought it would call for a little bit of humility, but I suppose that's wishful thinking. A little bit of humility that might say, well, we're out of step with what the American people want. How do we go back and engage in some genuine reflection?
No, I wish you were right.
Meet those people and understand their concerns. Well, that won't happen, I take it.
No, if you look at the news shows today, and I stayed up last night and watched a lot of the left-wing cable shows, I thought they would say it's time to do what the Republicans did after they lost to Barack Obama. And that was, people said to themselves, we're never going to win an election with a Mitt Romney or John McCain. We need to broaden the party. And that's what brought in Donald Trump. But they're not talking about that. They're not saying that the border or the economic plan or the third sex, the transgendered mania. None of that is polarizing, they think. So what are they talking about instead? We're going to blame Joe Biden. We didn't get rid of him quick enough. Or she only had 100 days to campaign. Or nobody imagined how cruel Donald Trump was. Or Fox News didn't tell the truth. Fox News on a good night has 4 million, and the left-wing network and cables have 25 million viewers. So they're in la la land, and I don't think they're going to get the message. If they lose the Senate at some of the levels they're talking about. We have two tight races, one in Pennsylvania and one in Nevada, but they could very easily be 55-45 disadvantage in the Senate. And the House looks like it will remain Republican with maybe two pickups. And the thing that I think your viewers should appreciate is this will not be a majority like 2017 when he came in. And there were sizable numbers of never Trumpers among the Republican ranks that were more hostile to Trump, McCain being one of them. But there is no John McCain, there is no Bob Corker, there is no Jeff Flake in the Senate, there is no Adam Kinzinger type, there is no Liz Cheney in the House. The people who are in the majority now are strong supporters to the person of Donald Trump. And if these trends hold for the next day or two, we have this embarrassing delayed count in some states, he will be able to have initiatives that no one has really had in a quarter century. And there's things that he's been talking about informally and to people that they look back at Ronald Reagan and they say he was the best conservative president, but he brought in the right people and the right plans, but he didn't institutionalize those. And while they respect the Constitution and Trump will not do something like the left would do, get rid of the filibuster or the Electoral College, he will do things that are constitutionally substantive, like break up the administrative state, like put the FBI, for example, in Kansas City and not in Washington, or maybe look at one cabinet, the Department of Education, to just abolish it. And so they are talking about things we have not heard said before that they feel that would make lasting change and stop these pathologies.
He'll be aided surely by the fact that arguments about election fraud are pretty much bedded down now. I'd be interested in two things. Do you see any evidence of election fraud? But B, presumably the result is so emphatic that it won't wash anyway. And he has now an authority that won't be crippled by people questioning the process, as, to be fair, he himself did last time round.
Well, last time Donald Trump had no idea what the left was doing under the pretext of COVID when they went in March and April of 2020, used teams of highly paid lawyers and changed the voting laws in 9 or 10 states, to the effect of which was 70% of the electorate would not, for the first time in history, vote on election day. They would not have identification. The right had no idea what they were doing. These ballots came in at double their number, and the rejection rate was 1/10. And so that was the basis for the claims of fraud, that the ballots were not matching the registrar's list, or they were not fully filled out. So rather than go down that losing route of complaining about fraud, what happened was the Republicans mastered that democratic art. So when you started to look at mail-in and election day balloting, and in most states, the Republicans not only mastered the art of getting people to mail in the ballots, but they refined it in a way that the Democrats had not fully appreciated. And that is, they scanned people who had hardly voted at all but were conservative, that term that's been used, low propensity voters. Then they went out for them. They just ignored other people, but they went after the people who never vote. And they got them registered, 600,000 more in Pennsylvania alone, a state they had lost last time by only 80,000 votes. And they got them to mail. Then they got the high propensity voters and said, you can go out. They knew they would vote on election day. So the left was saying, well, in our experience, you got to be careful, because if you get an early ballot, it's not an increase. They just don't show up. But in this case, the early ballot got people that were entirely different cohort, and they voted for the first time in their lives for Donald Trump. And then the Donald Trump voter who had 2 prior occasions voted a third time. So it was very brilliant what they did, and nobody was aware of it. So the Democrats started a process which the Republicans then inherited and trumped them.
There were real fears, a cabbie in America, expressed this to me the other day, that when I was in Colorado, that a close result would have produced violence. There's been no evidence of violence now. Do you think the emphatic result will actually, will America settle now for a while, for long enough, in your view, to start to stop?
I don't know I can't say what will happen on Inauguration Day, but they have a problem, and that is there were arguments that he was a little illegitimate in 2016 because he did not win the popular vote. He will win the popular vote. He will win the Electoral College, not by 1 or 2 votes, but by a substantial margin. He will get over 300 electoral votes. He probably will win the popular vote by 3 or 4%. And more importantly, the left has said he'll do another January 6th if he loses. There will be riots. We cannot have that. So they put themselves into a position that if you were even to demonstrate peacefully and patriotically in the fashion that Trump said on January 6th, in the left's mind, that would be insurrectionist. So now they're going to try to convince the American people, if they hit the street and try to contest a popular and electoral college defeat, all they're doing is fulfilling their own prophecies. They're doing what they're accusing Trump. I don't think it's going to be very effective, especially because one of the things that people don't talk about is in 2020, the minority vote was only 12% in these large cities. And so there was a racial component that the left said, you can't go in and observe mail-in balloting because that's racist. But when you have half of the Latino vote and 25% of the Black vote, and of many Blacks and Mexican Americans that take one group are actually in the larger cities and they're handling the ballots, then they are eyes and ears that are making sure that their candidate, Donald Trump, is not being cheated. And that was a dimension that no one quite understood. So there weren't these big arguments as last time that you can't go and look at the votes. We're going to pull the curtains down. We're going to have drop boxes, because the people who were in charge of that apparatus were themselves Trump supporters, at least in large numbers.
Nonetheless, we have to assume that there will be pushback. So we'll see over the next 4 years, I assume, a resumption of resistance, lawfare all over the place. The influencers, I notice they've been saying, as I understand it, what will the rest of the world think of America for doing this terrible thing? Well, the rest of the world, if you take my country, you know, the media has just been absolutely unable, by and large, to show any objectivity at all. And in particular, what is distressing to me as an Australian, we'll come to this in a moment, unable to assess independently what's best for the rest of the world, which of the two candidates in a very dangerous place might have the greater capability to handle the geopolitical challenges. But my real point here is we've got such a distorted reality from the media that it's very hard for anyone to be able to make an objective judgment.
It is.
In the rest of the world.
It is. And, you know, I've talked to very senior diplomats and I've said, do you think there's something here that Vladimir Putin invaded Ossetia in Georgia under the Bush administration? He invaded the Donbass and Crimea under the Obama administration. He tried to take Kiev in the Biden, but for 4 years when he was eager to go, he stayed within his borders under Trump. Or why was it there was no major war in the Middle East? Or why was Iran broke? Or why did China not send a balloon over the United States or not serially threaten? So they know that, and I think the world knows that. So it was a far safer place when he was there. As far as Australia, it's kind of ironic that a lot of the English-speaking countries are suspicious of him, and yet in the United States, there has been criticism from the left that he is such a partisan for the Western countries, and his mother was from Britain, and that he is especially pro-Australian, pro-British, even pro-Canadian. even given the Trudeau government. And he's talked very warmly of the Japanese and the South Koreans and the Israelis. And he's not an isolationist, as he's accused. He's, as we've talked before, John, he's a Jacksonian. And what I think what it means for Australia, he's committed to be a strong ally of the United States. And what does that mean in practical terms? He's not going to let China go into airspace that's Australia's if Australia objects. He's not going to get into your internal affairs, but if an Australian diplomat says a Chinese ship is coming into our territorial waters, as they do with the Philippines, or Chinese are overflying, he will call up the Chinese and say, you are vulnerable yourself. Do you want me to? That's how he's transactional like that. But he has a strong sense of affinity with the countries that best mirror image the majority and the traditions of English speaking, founded by the British. And I would think people in Australia and Britain especially would appreciate that. I mean, he's very anachronistic, and he's been made fun of. He still talks of Reagan and Thatcher and Roosevelt and Churchill, and thinks that that the British version of the European Western experience is the one closer to the American spirit. And we'll see. But I think if I was a member of the former British Commonwealth or the present British Commonwealth, I would feel that this was an opportunity to have an American president that would take political heat to be a very strong ally in a way that we haven't seen before. And I think you're going to see that very quickly. I think he's going to increase the defense budget. He's already talked about that, about breaking up the swamp, stopping the revolving door so we don't end up building $177 million F-22s or $14 billion aircraft carriers alone. We start to produce, as we did in World War II, thousands of cheap drones, thousands of Patriot missiles at a cheaper cost, a whole new way of trying to defend the West. Yeah.
The thoughtful media in Australia, we do have some, are pointing to the fact that this has to be raised. Both our Prime Minister and our former Prime Minister, now Ambassador to America, have been personally quite unwisely, in my view, critical of President Trump in the past. And there's real speculation as to what that will mean for the relationship. It raises the question of people claiming that he can be vindictive. I'd be interested in your perspectives. I think our Prime Minister and our Ambassador, they'll be scrambling now, of course, to try and fix the relationship. But they have handed him something of a club, I would have thought.
Yeah. Well, that's what the left says, but most of those charges are projectionists. So he was in a position to fire all of the DOJ lawyers, 300 of them, that had hounded him out. He did not do that. Obama did that. Biden did that. He did not do that. Obama weaponized the IRS against his, and Trump did not do that. Trump did not indict. He's not going to have local or state prosecutors work as surrogates to go after the Biden family. In fact, I would imagine he might even pardon Hunter Biden. And he's a transactional kind of art of the deal. So with the Europeans and NATO, he talks a tough game, and then he gets them to reluctantly spend $100 billion on arms, and then all of a sudden the Ukraine war during the Biden administration breaks out, and they're much better, because of Trump, they're in a much better position to defend themselves. Of course, they don't give him any credit. So he talks certain ways, but he's been actually criticized on the right for not being more vindictive and for not playing tit for tat. I've had so many prominent Republican people or conservatives talk to me and say, somebody's got to talk to him because he doesn't understand deterrence. These people attack him, and he mouths off and he replies, but they're not going to get the message until we start indicting those people. Or if they want to have sanctuary cities, then we have to have sanctuary gun cities, or maybe or sanctuaries, this right-wing cities. But he hasn't done that at all. And
he will return to Washington, presumably vastly more experienced. He now knows, I think, how the place works.
Yes.
That and he will know, I would imagine, who are real change agents and who to build around him, if you like, a good team around himself. That presumably, with a sympathetic House and Congress, as it appears he will have, the cynics might say that'll give him unfettered power. Others might say it will help him govern in a very clean way to respond, let's face it, to America's vital concerns. The economy is not doing well for them. Immigration's a problem, and the elites and their wokeism are mad. He will know now much more effectively how to start to change these things. Would that be a fair assessment?
Yeah, I think it is. He doesn't see that as radical. He sees it as, he's called it common sense. He's taken the example of Mexico. Mexico sent, by deliberation, 12 million illegals here. We have 350,000 people with criminal records that were knowingly let in from Latin America and Mexico. They've committed horrendous crimes. We have the cartels that have killed indirectly, but by design, in a way, by masking fentanyl with prescription drugs and candy, even 100,000 Americans. And Biden was so afraid to say anything to Mexico. The first thing Trump said, and he even said it before the election, I'm going to call the president of Mexico up and I'm going to say no more fentanyl and no more illegal immigration. I'm going to slap a 25% tariff on you, and I'm going to probably tax your remittances. You get 60 billion, we'll see how you like it. And he's serious about that. He's not trying to bully people, but he does things like that. So if you have a international incident where Australia is in a very vulnerable, to take your country, and they feel that they need the support and encouragement of the United States, he's not going, if he believes that, if he were to agree with you, he's not going to call up and say, well, on the one hand, on the other hand, he would say, what do you need? When do you need it? And I'll do it. And that's the type of ally he is. He's not wishy-washy. And that's what bothers the left. They think in nuances or in gradations and incrementalism. He's not that. For better or worse, he's very decisive. He's not reckless, but he's very decisive, and he moves very decisively with China, with Russia, with the radical Islamic world. And if you think what he said he was going to do in 2015, he said he was going to get rid of ISIS. In fact, he used the vulgarity, I'm going to bomb the SHIT out of them. He said he was going to deal with the Iranians who had killed Americans in Iraq. That was Soleimani. He said that he was going to cut off Iran and bankrupt them. He almost did. He would have if they hadn't uplifted the sanctions. All of those things he did. And I was talking to some Israelis, diplomats, and they said, we've had so many sophisticated people who knew the Middle East, and we've asked them for support, and they always give us 1,000 reasons why they couldn't do it. And they were asking me as an American, what is it with your president? He came over here, and our team said to him, we'd like to finally get the embassy in Jerusalem. He said, it always belonged there. And then they said, they keep talking about the Golan Heights, but it's Israeli. He said, yes, it is. That's done. And then they said, when Iran is the cause of all these problems, is there any chance that we could discuss the Iran deal or the 100 billion in oil revenue? He said, they're done. We're out of the Iran deal. We're going to get this up. And then they would say things like, the Houthis are terrorists, but no American wants to ruffle their feathers. Well, we'll just call them terrorists. And as this diplomat spoke to me, he said he did more for Israel that needed to be done, not just because he liked Israel, but were fair and were for the greater good of the Middle East. He did more in 2 months than the last 50 years of American presidencies. And he said the odd thing about it was he probably was not as sophisticated or as well read in the intricacies and the nuances of Middle East history and diplomacy, but he had an innate cunning and sense of morality, what had to be done and why it wasn't done. And so that's why he's kind of, you go to Israel today and he doesn't mention Israel much. He doesn't really talk about it. But when you go to Israel, he's almost a sainted figure because he did more for the autonomy of Israel than any other president has done. And yet he didn't really, he may, John, have got 40% of the Muslim vote in Michigan. The more the left pandered to, yeah, he did.
Well,
part of it was one of his daughters.
In the West. We do overlook in the West that there are many, many people in the Middle East who are quietly cheering Israel on because they're frightened of Iran.
Yes, he did. And he made the argument that Hamas does not represent, or it may have been elected once, but it's not in the interests of the people of Gaza, that Iran, if you cut off the head of the snake, then people would be free to deal with Hezbollah and Hamas and the Houthis. A lot of people from the Middle East appreciate that. And so I think it's an exciting time. We'll see if he gets good people around him. One of the problems that when you talk to people surrounding him in 2016, no one wanted to work for him, the maverick, the outsider. 2020, it was sort of, he had a team. Now they're getting 6 and 7 applications for even minor positions. Everybody wants to work for Donald Trump, and I don't know if he's going to be able to filter out, but suddenly the thing in Washington is all of these never Trump, anybody wants to be part of this team. They're very excited, and they're going to have a terrible time trying to find people who will not do what happened last time with the anonymous, the person in Homeland Security that was bragging to the New York Times that he was sort of an insurrectionist and derailing executive orders, or people in the Defense Department that were overriding Trump's orders. He's got to get a team that is loyal, but he's got so many people that want to participate.
He did say, as I understand it at one point, that Israelis should go after Iran's nuclear capability. Presumably, he's likely to revisit that, and presumably the Iranians are now deeply concerned because plainly they've been hit much harder already by the Israelis than they're admitting. Plainly, they now know that Israel is highly effective. With American encouragement, I would have thought the Israelis could do immense damage to Iran, and they would be extraordinarily subdued by that at the moment.
Yeah, I would say that because of he had a lot of people, RFK, Tulsi Gabbard around him, and he has campaigned strenuously against optional military wars in the Middle East, especially land engagements, cost to benefit analysis. These are not worth it. But as I understand his message to Netanyahu is, it would be better for you if you feel that Iran is going to attack you again, either to write it out and then take it in retaliation, given the prompt, to take out the nuclear facilities, their military bases, their oil before I'm president. That would be easier. So that is the message that I think he's telling the Israelis. And if they don't do it, I think the message is the United States is not going to interfere in your internal affairs. We're not neoconservatives. We're not going to go try to bomb Iraq and Iran and change the government. But I can tell you this, given the provocations that Iran has leveled at you, we're going to be very supportive of helping you protect your homeland. And more importantly, the decision of what targets to hit and when to hit them and how to hit them is yours as an aggrieved sovereign nation. And we will facilitate your decision, but we're not going to interfere and tell you can't do this and you can't do that. And I think that is one reason why Iran is very hesitant. They're in a situation now where they've sent 500 projectiles into Israel. Only about 5 or 6 have hit anything. Israel has retaliated twice and just demonstrated that they can take out the entire air defense system of Iran. And the next time they're provoked, they have the ability to take out all of its oil revenue ability and its nuclear sites, even if that were to take a week, with complete impunity. And so Iran now is in a very difficult position. If it doesn't do anything, it loses face among its satellites, the Houthis, Hezbollah. If it does do something and provokes Israel a third time, they may not have any revenue or nuclear program or any military bases. So there's nothing that can stop the Israeli Air Force from doing that. And with a new administration that would encourage Israel to take care of its own deterrent needs, I think Iran is going to be very cautious.
This will have enormous implications for Iran's allies, if you like.
Yes.
I would have thought, particularly the Russians, but also the Chinese. Coming to Russia first, in a town hall meeting not so long ago, President Trump said, if I'm president, I will have that war settled in one day. Presumably he will move to try and force a deal. I've heard this line that he might say to the Ukrainians, you'll have to cede some territory or we'll stop helping you. But he might say to the Russians, unless you agree to something now, we'll give the Ukrainians everything they need. That's the sort of, it would reflect that transactional skill that he seems, and ability he has. How do you think he might tackle this?
Well, I think that's pretty much, he's a deal maker. So he's not going to go in, as the left alleges, and just pull the rug from Ukraine, not because he would agree or disagree with that, but because it would be impossible for him to get a settlement. He actually is much more interested in humanitarian questions than the left is. He's talking always about the 1 million plus dead, wounded, missing on both sides. And largest war in Europe since World War II. So I think we know the outline of what he wants to do. He wants to tell the Ukrainians, you have our support. We're going to continue to arm you. But this is what I want Putin to do and you to do. During the Obama administration, Obama never said he wanted to use force to get back the Crimea and Donbass. Neither did Trump, neither did Biden. And I think people who look at the history of those areas and the long association within the areas and in their surrounding areas with Russia understands that it was militarily impossible for Ukraine to take back the Crimea and Donbass. And I think that will be the bone, one of the two bones that Putin gets. He can tell the Russian people, I had to go to war to make sure that Crimea remains ours forever, like it has been since 1787. It was an independent country for 3 years after 89. Then Ukraine took it from us. That's will be the propaganda. And the Donbass, this was Stalin. This was Khrushchev's area. He ceded it stupidly to Ukraine. He thought Ukraine would be part of the Soviet Union forever. Now it's ours. And then second, Putin will tell the Russian people, we went to war to make sure that Ukraine is not in NATO. And I don't think Trump will put it in NATO. And then Ukraine will say, well, what do we get out of it? And he'll probably say, you're free to join the EU. We'll try to get a demilitarized zone. Russia will go back to where they were on February 24th of 2022, and we will arm you to the teeth. And I think that's the outlines of the deal, more or less. And that would be, I think, nobody's going to be satisfied, but it would stop the blood killing. It would stop the escalation. It would stop the talk of the use of nuclear weapons. This week, people had suggested that some of the Russians were putting explosive devices on cargo and passenger planes headed to the west. If we don't do that, there's going to be an escalation. And I think he doesn't want that. So he's willing to be a broker to cut a deal.
We know, of course, that he doesn't like the leader of North Korea very much, refers to him as Little Rocket Man. Little Rocket Man appears to be supplying mercenaries in quite substantial numbers to Russia. I would imagine Trump will be onto that one very quickly.
I think so. He was last time. Even there, though, he confounded the left. The left started out saying that he was too mean, he was too reckless when he said, my button's bigger than yours. He came in where North Korea was just being a very useful bulldog that the China master cut loose and caused havoc, and then China kind of chuckled about it. And when they started threatening to send missiles into the West Coast, Trump was alarmed and said, I have a bigger button than you do, and we can do the same thing to you, and ours will work. He said, ours will work. The left went crazy. And then he did what everybody who read any of his books or followed his career knew he would do. He wrote a letter to North Korea and said, this is not in your interest to be on the wrong side of my administration. I'm willing to talk. They talked. And then he did exactly what he wrote about in his books. He said, I like Mr. Kim Jong-un. We can cut a deal. I didn't find him to be a monster. If you read anything he wrote about, that's what he always said. When you make a deal, you do not insult your opposition. And then when you make the deal, you make sure you get an advantage. And then after the deal is over, you do not privately ridicule him, but you praise him to the skies. And that's exactly what he does. So I would imagine that he would tell Kim Jong-un in stage one, what you're doing is unacceptable. If you keep doing it, it's going to end badly for you. Then stage two is, I'm willing to make a deal, and then make some kind of deal, and then praise Kim Jong-un. And that's where the left came in and said, look at this, he's praising a dictator, even though they had just told us that he's deliberately antagonizing a dictator. They had no idea the modus operandi of how he works, but it was working. And it worked with Putin, and it worked with Xi, and we didn't have a war, and it worked with the radical Islamicists. As soon as he did this, he said Iran is an outlaw nation. He killed Soleimani. No one even dared to do that. He bombed the crap, he said, out of ISIS. And then Iran called him up and said, you've made us look ridiculous. And Trump said, well, I'm about ready to hit you. And they said, can we send 16 or 17 missiles over to you in Iraq and Syria and get close to your base? We'll tell you the time and the location, put everybody in, and it'll save it. So he said, yeah, as long as you don't kill one American. If you kill one American, we're going to send a salvo. So there was some disagreement. The military felt some people suffered shell shock from but the Iranians basically did what they said they were going to do. It was a Potemkin attack. And then Trump didn't cause a war, but Iran behaved. And then he put sanctions on them. And yet they criticized him for that. They said he was provoking a war with Iran. And then when Iran didn't do anything and backed down, then they said, well, they sent missiles in and he didn't reply to them. He didn't care about America. So we got to the point, whatever he did, they were going to criticize, but it all had utility. And they haven't come up with any formula or solution that improved on his own. And as soon as he left, the world fell apart. It really did.
Well, it does bring us to President Xi. There's a general view in many quarters that the next 4 or 5 years, in other words, during the next presidential term, is the most dangerous time of all. The warnings that the Chinese military has been told to be ready by 2027 to take Taiwan by force if necessary. I would imagine that Trump's re-election is hardly being welcomed in Beijing today.
No, it is not welcomed. And of course, on the far right, there was always a conspiracy theory because of the lab leak that people felt. I don't subscribe to that, but this is a sign of what the right thought of China. They felt that the COVID that originated in China was somehow connected to the Chinese fear of Donald Trump and wanting him out, when in November of 2019, it was almost sure that he was going to be reelected. He was ahead in the polls. He would have been reelected if it had not been for COVID and the lockdown and then the George Floyd riots, which I think in themselves were a result of the lockdown, their intensity. So China realizes that for all the talk about they are ascendant and they are all powerful and they have a bigger military, they still have, I think, and most economists will agree, that they still have only about 70 to 80% of our GDP. They have 4 times the population and of very crude formations. It takes 4 Chinese workers to approximate 70% of what 1 worker does in the United States. We're a very productive society. And in many areas for all of the Chinese stealing and copying were much more preeminent. And under Trump, I think China will be faced with a lot of things that is going to bother them. They have over 300,000 students come here. Most people think 2 or 3% are actively engaged in espionage. I don't think that's going to continue. I think that they have a lot of asymmetrical tariffs. They know that. I think for everyone, Trump will try to outdo their tariffs. Not a blanket tariff, but a tit for tat. I think he will tell the Chinese, if you go and bully the Taiwanese or the Philippines or any of our more prominent allies, we have ways of retaliating against you, and we will do that. And we wish you wouldn't do that. The thing about it so strange is that under prior Republican administrators, candidates that believed in the same theory of deterrence as Trump, there was kind of a braggadocio that was different than Trump's. They actually would kind of brag that we want to go to war with them or something. Trump talks a great game, but he does not want to destroy relations with China or any of our adversaries. He just wants to remind them that they have overreached and what they're doing is not in their interest, and they will stop it. But he doesn't really want to go to war. And there's no idea of going into Iraq or Afghanistan or bombing Libya like Hillary did to create some type of utopia. He doesn't have any dreams like that. It's all Jacksonian, and he wants to protect the Western world. And when I go to Europe, it's very bizarre, John, to hear people who are going to be beneficiaries of Trump's foreign policy damn him and then praise people who would not lift a finger to help Europe in a crisis, or would, when Trump said to the Germans, "You're playing with fire with the Nord Stream pipeline #2, and you're heavily dependent on natural gas, and we better stop that for your own benefit." Biden then said he was a warmonger or he was alienating our ally, and then they went over. Trump tried to stop the pipeline. Biden came in and green-lighted it, which was, I think, unfortunate. And the same thing, they said Trump suspended armaments. He did not. He everything that the Congress approved, he sent to Ukraine eventually. Biden came in and put another arms embargo on Ukraine. And he said he would only react if it was a major invasion, if Putin went into Ukraine. He asked Zelensky, "Do you want to ride out? We'll fly you out of Kiev the first week." So it's a very strange paradoxical disconnect where people who are beneficiaries of American muscularity attack the person who cares for them or wants to help them, and then praises the multilaterals people who appease and would allow them to be very vulnerable. And yet it's all emotional. They just don't like Donald Trump's visage. They don't like the way he looks. They don't like his accent. They don't like his mannerisms. They don't like his language. So they can't get over that.
You referred to American muscularity. 3 questions as we, if you like, bring the boat into harbour. That muscularity depends on the vibrancy of the American economy. First question would be, presumably Trump will not support decisions that around the environment that hobble American growth with any great enthusiasm. You'll see a resetting of America's environmental objectives. Would that be a fair a reweighting in favor of economic growth and cost of living concerns?
I think that will be done by executive orders. I mean, he'll preface it as he always do. I love our water. I love our clean air. I'm a conservationist, not an environmentalist. I'm a conservationist. But then he will lift the EV mandate that has almost destroyed some of our major automakers. That will be gone. He will promote, especially this new technology of smaller nuclear power plants that are much safer and much easier to build and much quicker to build. he said that when Biden replied to him, as did Harris, well, we're pumping more natural gas and oil than you did. He just simply said, you weren't until the midterms, and then you copied my protocols, but you're not telling the truth, because if you'd followed them to their comprehensiveness, you would have been pumping 3 to 4 more million barrels. And he always prefaces that in terms of Europe. We could be supplying, it's a great deal, we could be supplying Europe with all the liquid natural gas they want. And of course, he said that it was a big mistake for the Europeans and Joe Biden to stop the Greek Cypriot Israel natural gas line to Europe. He's a businessman. He wants as much production of food, fuel, building. He just said the other day, I'm a builder. Builders in America unite. We're going to build houses. We're not going to have any homeless. We're going to get the country moving again. He tells a story almost every time when he's addressing people. Elon, can you imagine, with this huge rocket, it's 10 stories high, it comes down, it's 10,000 degrees, it's going to burn up everything or crash in the ocean, and then this arm comes out of nowhere, and I call Elon up. Elon, what did you do? I grabbed a rocket, Mr. President. Can the Chinese do this? Not for 10 years, Mr. President. That's the kind of, it reminds me of JFK. He had that same idea that we were going to get back moving again and build things and be preeminent. And it's very funny. One of the touchstones is the way he reacts to Elon Musk, who the left hates because of his purchase of X. But his attitude is, my God, he created an electric company. The vehicles are better than the big three's vehicles. He's the only person really to break into the 8.3. He saved NASA from itself. He revolutionized social media. He's a Renaissance man. We've got to tap into this guy's genius. He's American. He's American. This is the kind of guys we want. Even people he doesn't particularly fond of, like Jeff Bezos, he's been very fair to. He likes people like that are entrepreneurial, successful. He's not envious of them as most people are. So I think it's an exciting time if you're an entrepreneur in the United States.
Well, Elon Musk himself has identified 2 trillion, I think, in potential savings. And that does lead to the question about America's loss of control of the budget in recent years and the prospect that in many ways President Trump may want to cut taxes, for example, which might have an even more deleterious effect on that bottom line. Neil Ferguson was in Australia recently and he made a fascinating comment. I heard him observe that he's an economic historian, of course, that down through the ages, no great country has remained great for long when the cost of servicing its debts exceeds what it spends on defense. Well, America crossed that Rubicon, as I understand it, last financial year. Getting that budget under control, it means growth, but it also means restraint. Elon Musk is pointing to areas where there can be big savings. How do you see that unfolding, and how worried are you about that budgetary mess that seemed to receive very little attention during the campaign?
It does. I'm very worried about it. That was his great failing in the first term. That, of course, it was the COVID stimulus. He hadn't been as reckless as Obama, but he ended up as being reckless because of the COVID stimulus. The problem with the $36 trillion debt is that half of it was run up by Republicans. And when Republicans run up the debt, and they're supposed to be sober and judicious custodians of physical sanity, then the left says, well, if they did it, then we're going to do it. Because if, they say they're tightwads and they're not tightwads, so what do you expect of us? The other thing is, when you promise no tips here, no income tax on Social Security, it's kind of people here have been ka-ching, ka-ching, ka-ching. Mr. President, you're giving them $4 trillion of lost revenue. And he says, well, we're going to deregulate the economy and grow our way out of it. I think people think we can grow partly out of it, but not at current spendings. And then when you put all of the social entitlements like Medicare and Social Security off the budget, what are you left with? Well, the left says you have nothing to cut except defense or trim around the margins. But now he's saying, yes, there's a lot to cut, because what you think are essential were pretty much products of the Great Society that we got along fine without. Why do we need a Department of Energy? Why do we need some of these? Why do we have to have a Pravda like National Public Radio or PBS? Maybe we can outsource it. They're talking of all these other areas that are sizable as a way of avoiding to cut Social Security or Medicare. But he's going to have to get the physical. We're spending 1.1 billion servicing the debt, and we spend 800 billion, on defense. So he's very worried about defense, as you and I've talked before, because we're putting our money into too few platforms and we're behind. We don't make things anymore. Our supply chains are dependent on foreign suppliers. We've demonized a particular cohort, the white male from the middle class that died at double its numbers in Iraq and Afghanistan, 50,000 short. We have a whole group of generals who, upon retirement, violate the Uniform Code of Military Justice, attack the commander-in-chiefs. All of these things he's talked about how to address that. But debt is, I think, should be the center of his focus, because we can't go on this way.
And that raises the question of tariffs. I can understand, I really can genuinely understand the emotive appeal to somebody like the Vice President-elect, who in many ways is such an interesting and clear thinking man. And yet, he sees the hollowing out of American industry. And yet conventional economic wisdom would say tariffs are not the answer. I can understand too why you would want to use the threat of that against the Chinese when you think they're not dealing in good faith. That's a different matter. But tariffs per se are generally regarded as counterproductive and inducive to reduce trade, at least, a trade war at worst, and a reduction in living standards for all of us. Where do you think that debate might land?
Well, sometimes he's been very sloppy in the use of tariffs, but when you talk to some of his advisors, like Kevin Hassert, for example, I think who's his most influential economic advisor, they will clarify it. And they said, of course, free trade allows everybody to benefit, but if the free trade is not fair, and by that they mean primarily the Chinese, but also the Europeans, if they have tariffs on goods, on American products, and we don't have tariffs on the same identical American product, European import, then he's going to put a tariff to equalize it. And then if the free marketer comes back to Donald Trump and says, well, you can't do that because they are more effective, or this particular product is done cheaper and benefits the world because it can be done better over there, then he will say, well, then we're going to find something that we do that's better than what they do, but they don't play fair. So I think what they're trying to say is they're going to look at the totality of import and exports, look at the various tariffs, and as a general rule, and I don't think I'm being chauvinistic, but the reports that I've seen show that the United States is one of the most asymmetrically tariffed countries in the world. In other words, since World War II, it's been the position of both parties that the United States shall take a hit in trade to allow countries that are allies of the United States, but even neutrals, to develop economically at our detriment based on two realities. One, we can take the hit because we're so wealthy, and two, that newfound prosperity will eventually end up in freedom and consensuality and pro-Western sentiments. I don't think that's operative anymore. If you drive through my hometown, I will see 6 or 7 major factories have been closed for 20 years, gang activity, poverty, per capita income of 16.
By the way, guys, this is kind of a big deal. So remember NAFTA, the North American Free Trade Agreement? So this is where Clinton and as well as Bush basically sold our country out. So when I was visiting my friends in Kauai several years ago, all of the freaking sugar plants were shut down because we outsourced all of our cane sugar production. Not all of them, but in parts of Kauai, they'd shut down a large portion of the sugar plants and outsourced them out to like Thailand or other countries for free trade. So the idea is for the first 130 years of our country, we didn't have an income tax. We didn't have a Jekyll Island. We didn't have foreign bankers who controlled private banks who controlled our country's income, our country's capital. We had tariffs. Tariffs are how we supported our country. And so all Trump is really doing, if he does this right, is he'll abolish the income tax. And he could do that with his own form of a greenback, which is what Kennedy tried to do, and he was shortly assassinated after that. But that is how he could do it. He could literally get rid of these 80,000 Democrats, aka IRS agents, who will always donate money to the SEIU to get more Democrats elected, right? Well, they take away half of your paycheck and always make you fear being audited. So our founding fathers never intended for the government to know how much money you made. That was never the idea. Yes, corporations, that's different. They make income. Income is profit derived from capital. That's not so anyways, I don't want to get too deep into it, but the idea is our country did fine with tariffs. And what happens when you do tariffs is all of those businesses that move to Mexico, that move to Thailand, they all have to come back to America now to avoid paying the tariffs. And that means that the Motor City becomes Motor City again. It means we start becoming a non-service based economy and start becoming a production economy. And so our whole country, starting with the creation of the abomination, the abominable Federal Reserve private banking system and the income tax, the dollar was weakened. We created a fiat currency system, just a bunch of billionaires paid off a bunch of politicians and went to Jekyll Island. And what it looks like Trump is trying to do is reverse that. And so although I disagree with Trump on a lot of things, and give me a bunch of ones if you agree with this, getting rid of the income tax would be a huge freedom for us. We would reclaim our sovereignty as Americans. We wouldn't have to have the so-called voluntary income tax that'll put you in prison if you make a mistake on your returns, right? And that's essentially what you have is you have a system where the government can throw you in prison if they disagree with you politically. We saw what happened with Lois Lerner, right? So it's always the same thing with these Democrat government employees. It's Peter Strzok, Lisa Page, FBI agents. They use lawfare. They use the administrative agencies to go after their political enemies. So why not abolish these agencies and return America back to a constitutional republic where bureaucrats don't control our potential ability to have a good life? It goes back to we the people. In NPR, National Public Radio, 99% Democrat run. All of their so-called news is just far left propaganda, right? They will not have a conservative reporter or journalist. Why do we have NPR? Why do we have PBS? All far left propaganda. Why not get rid of that and return the money back to the American people, right? If they did that, we wouldn't need so many taxes. But again, the idea behind having a tariff is to simply return America back to what we were for the first 130 so years of our country when we had the biggest economic prosperity ever. It was the creation of this private banking system and these idiots like Yellen, right, controlling our currency that caused most of our problems. I mean, you have people who are Keynesian economists, which basically is just like a Marxist form of economics. It's crazy. And this is what they teach you in the public schools and the universities. And that's why I'm not a proponent of government-run schools, because it's basically bankster-run education. Give me a bunch of ones if you agree. But let's get back in. I really, really like this guy. I think he's doing a terrific job so far. What do you guys think? Give me a bunch of ones for Victor Davis Hanson.
$1,000 a year. When I was in high school, it was booming. We made trailers. We made hydraulic lifts. We had one of the biggest canneries in the country. But all of those were put out of business, you could argue, by cheap Chinese, Taiwanese, Korean exports. Now those countries have reached a level of affluence where that asymmetry is not conducive to anybody anymore. So I think he's going to target those with some exceptions. And the exceptions are countries that are military allies of the United States. And I think One thing I will say, just to finish, and when I say he's transactional, I've been writing another book about him, just starting, and I've been reading a lot about his past. He's very, I don't say insecure, but he's very sensitive, and he feels that if people are going to attack him personally, or the country, the United States, the embodiment of him as president, then he's going to reply in kind, so they will cease doing it. And that ended up in the name calling. But I've been watching various foreign leaders that have been bullying the United States, and I noticed that they calmed down during the campaign with the idea that Trump might be elected, especially President Erdogan of Turkey. He has not been as boisterous or saber rattling against Trump as you would think, given he would see Trump as more likely to stand up to Turkey than Biden or Harris or Obama. And I think it's in all of us as humans that we develop a respect for people who are confident and treat us as equals. And whether we like it or not, maybe we're ashamed to admit it, but we develop a sense of contempt for people who are weak are considered weak or obsequious or toadish. And we all like to be treated with respect. And Donald Trump doesn't look at magnanimity as weakness to be exploited. When he sees magnanimity from foreign leaders, he feels they should be reciprocated in kind. That's unusual in a leader. So if I was an Australian or a British person or a European or a Japanese or a South Korean, or an Israeli, I would feel a sense of relief, because the world is more dangerous. We're closer to the use of tactical nuclear weapons than I've seen at any point in my life. And I think that he will restore a sense of deterrence without trying to be chauvinistic and with a braggadocio that would start an unnecessary war.
Well, as an Australian, I have to say the biggest criticism I'd make of my country is that we're asleep on the wheel on the geopolitical dangers that confront us. I believe the Wall Street Journal was right when they pointed out that Kamala Harris seemed to have little experience or interest in this matter, and that certain of these bad actors would have tried her on very early on, and I see no evidence that she was equipped for that. So I have to say, as an Australian,
yeah, it's very funny because
safer today.
As a historian of World War II, it's remarkable how, of all countries, given the size of the Australian population, how in the world it was able to field crack troops all the way to North Africa, to Burma, all over the world. And the Australian Navy, Australian pilots during the Blitz, it had a reputation of a very muscular, tough military that was not afraid to fight for itself. That's why it had such a strong affinity with the United States. It still does. As I said before, I think in one of our broadcasts, the last Pew International poll that I saw, it listed Australia as the one country the United States had the highest regard for, the people of the United States. I hope he can develop that relationship. But,
so do I. Victor, you've been very, very kind with your...
All right, so hold up. So guys, I hope you guys had a good time with me. I've got to get some work done where I've got to do a Zoom and some other stuff like that. But hope you had a good time and you enjoyed this time we had together. Spent almost 4 hours and we got to learn a little bit about the birthright citizenship, how that's probably a scam and should have never been acceptable. We have a merit-based country. If you let your enemy come into your country and have kids, but your enemy is still the one raising the kids, obviously you're going to end up like the United Kingdom, right? Where they've got a bunch of sub-Saharan Africans and jihadists living off of the government, forcing their wives to wear hefty bags and turning the country into a hellhole. And the natives, if they complain about it, get thrown in jail. If they say anything about it on social media posts, they'll get accused of being a racist or a bigot. And Prince Charles is part of this big scam going on over there, helping the World Economic Forum destroy his own people and his own nation. So hopefully we learned something about that. Hopefully we learned a little bit about tariffs. And hopefully you guys had a good time. I do appreciate all the financial support. I appreciate the subscriptions. I appreciate the super chats. And the only other thing I want to do is just give myself one more pitch. I want to give myself one more pitch. If you guys want to support my channel and learn about the law, is go and pick up a copy of my ebook, the digital version of this book called My Journey to Becoming a Practicing Lawyer with No Law Degree or Undergrad, where I walk you through the process of becoming an attorney without spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on a degree and getting brainwashed by a bunch of Marxist professors, and instead being able to learn the law the traditional way that our founding fathers learned it before the creation of law schools in the late 1800s. And more like the Inns of Court system, where you study under a judge or a lawyer, and you learn your curriculum by doing, right? That's why I hit the ground running as a lawyer and started making millions of dollars as an attorney as soon as my feet hit the ground, because I already knew how to litigate. I'd already tried cases as a certified law student, and I had a really good time along the way helping a lot of people who needed help. So I recommend that you get a copy of my book if you want to help support the channel. And then, of course, even if you don't want to learn about it, give it to a friend or someone who's depressed, who's going through hard times, because I'm all about motivating people and trying to help them get out of that depression. And you guys have been helping me too, because my back is really messed up. I've got an L4 and an L5 crushed nerve, and my whole left leg I'm dragging it when I walk. And this is an injury from the Marine Corps that's gotten worse over time. And so it means a lot to me that you guys join me when I'm here at work trying to get stuff done. And I really appreciate everybody. Let me just thank my audience. Thank you, Mias Taro. Thank you, Shannon. Thank you, Lynn Davidson, for joining me. Lisa McD, Brandy Swaney, good seeing you, ma'am. And I will get you information. So, guys, Brandy wants to know how she can become a paid subscriber. And I'll be honest with you, I'm not really sure, but I know my subscriptions are pretty cheap. They're like, I don't know, a couple bucks a month, I think. And she'll earn her private first class chevron, because I go by Marine Corps rank enlisted. So she'll earn. Right now, you guys are all privates unless you're a paid subscriber. And if you're a paid subscriber, you get your PFC chevron. But Brandy, I'll respond to your email. I've been just buried, and I've been like on a scale of 1 to 10, I would say my pain level is about a 15. So I'm hurting for certain, but I appreciate you guys supporting me. The financial support means a lot to me because I'm homeschooling my kids now, and I'm juggling a lot. So, doing these shows, it's becoming progressively more difficult, even though I love doing them. So yeah, the financial incentive just for me to be able to show my kids, look, you too can be an entrepreneur and have your own channel. That helps a lot. So that means a lot to me, guys, even if it's $1.99 super chat, or even if you buy a membership or buy a copy of my book when you can. If you can't, you can't. And I understand that. I've been broke before. I slept on park benches when I was trying to become a lawyer. But just know that if you need anything, even if you need someone to pray for you, reach out to me or another member of Team MPE, because we're all about the power of positive thinking and spiritual energy to try to help one another. Even if we disagree with each other politically, on Team MPE, we care about our friends and we care about other people. We're not going to hold it against them if they supported Sleepy Joe or Big Mike and Barry Sotero. We understand that they were brainwashed by the academic industrial complex, but they can come here and they can get rid of their cognitive dissonance, and they can learn about freedom and liberty, and they can see that people that believe in freedom and liberty and hard work and meritocracy are not radical white racists. We're just normal people who want to make sure that the best man or woman for the job is in charge, not someone who's put there based specifically and solely on their race or their sexual desires and stuff like that. That's all in the trash can now. Put that in the rearview mirror. Let's move forward and try to help each other and make America a better place. Right, guys? Give me a bunch of ones if you want to make America a better place. Salt Shaker, thanks for joining me. Life Under the Microscope. Bape Racks, totally appreciate you joining me. Brent Shimko, as always, thanks for coming. Richard Falter. I'm seeing a lot of new people I don't normally see. If I see you guys showing up more and more, I'll take recommendations from my audience to get you guys your moderator's wrench. And all that wrench really is, it's not so you can start banning people or timing people out. It's so my other moderators know not to time you out because you've been accepted as part of Team MPE. Whether you're a paid subscriber, whether you donate money, that's not the issue. What matters is that you believe in natural law, that you believe that our rights come from an all-powerful creator, like the Declaration of Independence says, right? Endowed by our creator with certain unalienable rights. So we don't support the ACLU. We don't support communist organizations like the ADL or Southern Poverty Law Center, anti-white male organizations that hate us, in my opinion. No, we support freedom and liberty, and we don't like it when the government subsidizes nonprofits and floods our country with illegal aliens to try and swing the votes and use the census to turn America blue. We believe that elections should be based upon fairness, not based upon flooding the country with peasants and people that hate us who just came here for a free phone or a free hotel. Give me a bunch of ones if you agree. So thank you, Group 2FA. I totally love having you guys. Life Under the Microscope, my big time homie, Ghost Man, Kinetic Customs Racing. Man, I'm so happy to see all you guys here joining me today, getting me through this painful experience at this back injury. When I do these shows, and talking to you guys, it really helps me a lot not think about how much pain I'm in. So it's really nice to have you. Old man guy, thanks. Old man age guy, old mage guy. Man, all these weird names I can't quite get. Mel Goodwin, Fred Ziffel. There's too many. Hold on a minute. Let me tell you guys what you guys contributed to today. This is going to blow your mind. I'm blown away myself. Hold on really quick. Let me just take a look. My gosh, over 60,000 people viewed the show today. That's pretty cool for a middle of the day show with only 21,000 subscribers. I mean, it's a big deal. So thank you guys for helping make America a better place and enjoying me and supporting my channel. By the way, during this show today, we picked up about 400 or 500 new subscribers. So give me a bunch of ones for all the new subscribers. And Brandy Swaney, I'll definitely get that information out to you. If you haven't already figured it out, I'm pretty sure there's a way. You just go to my homepage of YouTube and you can click purchase a subscription. Typically, Greg and a couple of my other main guys buy people memberships, but yeah, you can get it yourself too. And I recommend you do, because I've got a lot of videos and stuff that I share on the back channel that I don't share publicly that'll definitely be of interest to a lot of you guys. But Shannon Hanig, love it. Love that cool name. So guys, yeah, I do got to get a little work done and I want to grab some chow, but make sure to like and subscribe, make sure to save, because we never know when the thought police are going to take down this channel. Right, guys? And make sure to always subscribe, right? And save the video. Save. So everybody who watches my stuff, I have a lot of long haul truckers, right? Please make sure to always save all of my videos and shorts and everything, like save for later viewing. That gives me a major boost with the search engine and puts us higher at the top when people are looking for content to watch. So saving is a big, big deal. So I appreciate it if you guys would do me that favor to just make sure to always save stuff for later viewing, especially you long haul drivers, and listen to the stuff, and make sure to watch the commercials, guys, because that's another way that I'm able to monetize the show. So just keep the video running and watch the commercial. Let the commercials run is what I'm saying. That's a really, really big way for you to support my show and make it possible for me to keep coming. Because once I have a consistent base of money coming in from YouTube, that makes it easier for me to run these long shows like this and justify the time that I'm spending not working on files for clients and stuff, and working an extra couple hours a day, because now I'm seeing a little bit of a payoff, which is important, guys. It's a lot of work for me to do these shows and come up with topics and take time to explain things to you. So I'm having a good time too, but it does take a lot of work. And especially now with my injuries, it's been rough. I know you guys haven't seen me do my lawyer workouts in the morning. It's because, guys, I'm dragging my leg around everywhere I walk. I'm in the process of getting a new teeter hang-ups. So hopefully that's going to help. I'm not looking forward to having a surgery, another one. And yeah, it's Marine Corps related, and I'd never do it any differently, guys. So, I have no negativity or or hesitations about my life. I have no regrets. It's what made me the success that I am today. And now I just have to power through the injury. But I thank you for your prayers and your support and your donations. So guys, again, make sure to like and subscribe. Make sure to save. Make sure to save for later, right? And because we never know when the thought police are going to take down the channel. So may even make a copy of it for yourself for later viewing, like upload it. So you have copies of this stuff. Someday this stuff is going to be worth millions of dollars. Trust me. All right, guys, you too, Group 2FA. And I'm gonna be coming at you guys tomorrow, I think, with Dick Heller. And he is the guy responsible for DC versus Heller and Heller versus DC. It's the seminal firearms rights case in the United States, with Justice Scalia as the majority opinion writer. And it's one of the best cases about the Second Amendment in the history of our unalienable rights to keep and bear arms as Americans, both in your home and to defend your family and country against all enemies, foreign and domestic. So I'll have him on tomorrow. He's a good friend of mine. He's going to be staying with my family. So I'm looking forward to having him, and I'll talk to you guys soon. Semper Fi, do or die, guys. Talk to you soon. God bless you guys.